Oh, good morning. How goes it all? Oh, haven't seen you guys in a week. I hope that everyone has been good. If you were up early this morning, well, it is morning for you. Good morning. For me, it is almost 7. Almost. And I got in yesterday at about midnight. A little bit after, but we're still going to have fun. This guy takes off and still operates like no time off. Listen. It's part of the gig, man. It's part of the gig. But good to see you, friends. Hello. As you can see, we've got about a little over 5 minutes. We should be a little over 5 minutes, and then the new drops for Phasmo are going to start. So we're getting ready. We're live. We're here. All the stuff. I had to restart. Of course, restarting the PC before going live is probably a stupid idea because it's like, oh, you got to update this. You probably want to refresh that. Oh, your keyboard? Nah, we're not going to let that work right now. You sound like you're in a plastic room. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, don't do this to me. Okay. How about now? Does that sound better? Sounds good now? It was doubled. That was weird. Yeah, my audio was doubled. Weird. That was weird. I'm also not hearing alerts, which means that OBS is doing OBS things, which I'm not shocked. You sound like you're in the bathroom of an RV. Oh, so 2 audio sources and you sound like you're coming through a toilet. Groovy. Love the vids. First time watching the stream. Welcome in, friend. But thank you. No, I appreciate you guys telling me. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. That's super strange. All right, let me get the OBS stuff figured out real quick. We have a couple minutes until it starts. Take a few days off and then suddenly everything just goes right to shite. Hi, Carrie. Oh, man. It's good to be back. Hi, friends. It is good to be back. I'll catch up on all the things, I promise. As for the drops today, just a heads up. For Kinetic partners, like here, you guys are going to be able to watch the stream for 2 hours and earn both badges. You will not have to watch for 4 hours. And the animated badge and the static badge are happening at the same time. The same time. Turn that up. There we go. There we go. So all you'll have to do is watch me for 2 hours and you'll be able to unlock both at the exact same time. Like the Starting Soon song. Wish I could download it. Oh, I mean, technically you probably could. Yeah. All right, let me get this figured out because I can't hear the alerts. Make sure I'm not being a dum-dum. No dum-dum. Okay. It's probably, if I had to get mother effer, I swears to God. It is probably the monitor audio. I bet it's monitoring the wrong source. So let's change it or fix it, if you will. What are the drops? It is the Alan Wake collab drop, the Seer. I'll show you guys when I switch scenes. I'll open up Phasmo and I'll switch and I'll show it to you. All right, let me open up Phaz and then I'll figure out my audio stuff. Figure out what's going on. Yeah. Gonna watch for longer than 2. Gonna play while watching you. Man, I still don't know how y'all do it. I don't know how y'all do it. I can't watch someone play while I play. I just can't. There we go. What is my favorite map? Willa. I can't wait till they update it.
Phasmophobia.
Do we have a good trip? We did. It was kind of incredible. Yeah. For those that are unaware, I was away for a week because the wife and I and a couple of our friends, we went to Arizona and we hiked the Grand Canyon. I don't hike. Like, I'm sure, like, you know, I'm not the worst, like, I'm not in the worst shape, but I'm also not in the best shape. I'm not in the, hey, you should probably hike the Grand Canyon shape. That's for sure. All right. For those that were asking about what the drop is, it is that. You love Grafton. Is that bad? No. If they made Grafton a little bit brighter, it's honestly, I think it would be more of a favorite map. Yeah. Did y'all see the what? Did I see the what? You don't have that? No, nobody has this because it hasn't released. You see in the, it should start, you guys should start earning in less than a minute. So you'll have to let me know. But yeah, cool. Super cool. So yeah, that is the one that you guys are going to be able to start earning. The animated and the non-animated version, you guys will be able to earn here at the same time. You will not have to watch 2 hours and then 2 more hours. That's not how that works. Was watching your Aswang video on YouTube. I still haven't found one yet. Oh, I'm hoping to find a oh, the other one. What the hell is it called? The old Cosmos. What's it called? Cormos. Yeah, that one. I want to find that one. I haven't seen it yet. Ain't seen it yet. So we'll get going today and we'll see how it goes. Was there a glitch on Grafton with the newspaper that got patched? Yeah, there was. What was that glitch? There was a glitch. What? It's like you could basically die but then stay alive, kind of. Sort of. All right. Let me get my audio stuff figured out. Been very lucky. I get both daily. Wait, what? Get both daily. Wait, what? Confirmed. Thank you, Mayor. Awesome. All right. They are live, friends. They are live. So let me update this and we'll get some games going. So starting now, you guys should be able to start watching for 2 hours and you should be good. All right. Drops are on. All the drops command does, friends, all that does is give you information. There's 0 places on Twitch where you'll do exclamation point drops and it gives you a drop. Unless somebody makes some weird command. Yeah. Progress has started. Let's go. Had a Chromos, but it ran me down and killed me. I heard that there's a little bit of a bug. I did hear that. I heard some people were getting killed through the floor. I know I'm up too late when Flash starts his morning stream. Hi, Crow. Hi, Crow. I'm going to catch up on all the subs. I need to get my sound stuff figured out. All right. But again, friends, that is the one you're earning right now. Right now. And to get the animated version, you need to watch a kinetic partner. Okay. Now that that's figured out, let me get my sound stuff figured out. Because that does not hinder the drop progress in any way, shape, or form. Oh, Mermaid, the trip was so good. I posted a couple pictures inside of Discord, but I could pull it up on stream or something like that. Yeah, so the extra funny part is that we did a trail that we probably should not have done. Yeah, we probably shouldn't have done it. According to what we were reading, it was like a 2 out of 5 difficulty. And it's like, okay, we could probably do that. That's fine. And then we go to find out from the guy that was like taking us around. No, it's not. He's like, this is one of the harder trails. So really is for experienced hikers usually. I'm not one of them. So It was fine. It was called the Grandview Trail. The Grandview Trail. What is my difficulty? Like a 1 out of 5. Like I sit at your computer. No, I don't know. I don't know. It was, you know, it was good. I'm so glad we did it. The views were incredible. It's definitely something that you can't really compare it to another view. If that's a way to explain it. Hey, Safe Zone, welcome in. Fireheart, hello. Hi, Neon. All right, let me also turn this off since they have already begun. Mother lover, I swears if you don't shut your lips. All right, so my issue right now is that I can't hear alerts. I restarted OBS and it should be fine. You know what we're going to do? We're going to do the old turn it off, turn it back on again, and I bet you it'll fix it. I bet you that'll work. And then we'll get into some games. When is getting candy? Did you check out the donkey rides? Is that still it is still a thing that does exist. We did not do that. No, we went on foot. The trail that we went, it wasn't just this nice little casual, slow kind of downhill thing. Oh no, it was steep in certain parts. It was a little dicey. Just a little dicey. All right. Turn the monitor off for those guys. Hey, what up, Quinn? Welcome in. How are you? All right. Let's turn that back on. Turn that on. How's the progress of the community? I will check in a second, friend. That's a great question because I actually haven't looked at it since we left. So I don't know. I did a pretty okay job at staying away from all things related to internets and whatnots. 97. Ooh, we're going to get there today then. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. You love donkeys. Oh, nice. How do I check the progress of the drop? I can't find it. Didn't they change that? Isn't it, aren't you able to check the progress for the drop now, like next to chat? I could be wrong. Am I starting with the weekly? Probably. It's probably not a bad idea. All right. We'll check on the sound stuff in a minute. All right, let's go over here and take a look. I was literally about to walk over here. Yeah, look at that. We are at 97%. Sheesh. Oh yeah, this will happen today. It is next to chat. Okay, you should be able to see your drop progress next to chat. Yeah. It was a new Twitch thing that they did to make it a little bit easier for everybody. Yeah. You didn't realize there'd be drops today. Well, I mean, okay, I was gonna say, to be fair, they didn't, like, the announcement was not like forever ago or anything like that. You're on your phone? I don't know. I don't know if it shows the same on your phone as it does for people that are on desktop. Go to your settings, go to drops and rewards. Is that on mobile, Molly? It does. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. No, that's really good to know. It's good information. On mobile. Okay. On mobile, click profile, settings, drops. Yep. Yep. There you go. All right. Well, the community one is almost done. I have a weekly that I need to do because I wasn't here for it. So that's okay. We're only a day late too. Let me try to catch up on stuff. And then once I do that, we do our spiel, then we will just be ready to rock and we'll get into the games. Okay. Drops are live. It should be live. I'll show you real quick for anybody that's like, hey, what drop is it? It's this. And you have till the 26th, more than likely until like 7 a.m. Eastern time. That's usually the way it goes. It starts, whatever time it starts is usually what it ends on that day. So 19th to the 26th, watch for 2 hours to earn the badge. Now, I need to reiterate just to make sure that people understand and don't forget. To get the animated badge, you need to watch a Kinetic partner. You can earn the static version of this badge, which is what you can see, by watching anybody play Phas. Anybody. Okay? But if you're watching a Kinetic partner, you earn the animated and the static at the same time. So it's not like you have to watch it twice over. I am a Kinetic partner. Indeed. Indeed, friend. Indeed. Okay, now this fan's a little cold. What do you mean? Well, the badges have different versions. Like you can see that I'm using an animated version of this badge. And then there are non-animated versions of the badges. So for this drop that's happening right now, to earn the animated version, there are Kinetic partners, content creators directly connected to Kinetic Games and Phasmophobia. Those are the ones that you watch to earn the animated badge. I still can't hear the alerts. What the? Hey, what's up, Chico? What are we doing today? Oh, I need to start with the weekly. I haven't done it yet. So we'll do the weekly and then we'll play some games. Yeah. I get it, the ID badge based off of Saga Anderson's sweater, but man, is it ugly. Hey, some people think this is beautiful. How dare you? They're going to be rocking this every Christmas. You know what? It looks really similar to another one. Hold on. It looks really similar to... Where is it? Was it this one? Was it the Egg Hunter or was it the actual Christmas one? I think I was thinking of the Egg Hunter one that it looked really similar to. I think. Oh, I didn't even think about checking out my old badges without all the stuff behind it. That's kind of cool. It's a perfect little holiday sweaters. I would have to agree. All right, I'll leave this for now. I'm not dealing with that crap for now. No. Now I can wait. I heard it. Dahlia, thank you for the prime. Come Fritz, thank you for the 19 months. Also, we are raising money for St. Jude. I do it every single May. For those of you that don't know, we've raised over $10,000 so far this month with a goal of a 20. Every time we reach another $1,000, I spin my St. Jude wheel and we have to pop one of these balloons that has stuff in it. Whether it is something spicy or something stupid or something gross or a giveaway or whatever it might be. I don't know what's in the balloon. I'm not sure, but we spin the wheel and we do whatever it says to do. So for every 1,000 we raise for St. Jude, we pop. We a pop. And I owe you guys a 12-hour stream, so I've got to add that to the schedule. I've just been away, so I haven't had the chance. Ain't had the chance. Resonating Kitty, thank you for the 8 months. I appreciate you, friend. I'm going to catch up real fast. As much as I possibly can. We will see. Mutant Murphy, thank you for the 23 months. Visual, thank you for the 3 months. Timmy, welcome in. Hello. Angel, thank you for the 2. Neon, thank you for the biddies. Oh my God, there's so much. Okay, there's a lot more than I thought. Thank you guys so freaking much for the resubs, friends. Appreciate you. You're going to pally Phasmophobia? That's awesome. Sweet. Can I finish the challenge even if it is a friendly ghost custom? Can you finish the challenge? What do you mean by the challenge? Oh my God. Thank you for the primes, guys. Oh my God. Thank you for the follows. Welcome in, friends. Let me reset this guy and then we're going to actually play. Oh, there it is. Found it. There it is. Have I ever met Doc face to face? I have not. Not yet. I have not had such an honor, a pleasure to meet that beautiful man. How long do we need to watch? 2 hours. 2. But you need to watch for 2 hours, but you have all the way to the 26th. And it does not need to be for 2 hours straight. You could watch for 30 minutes now and an hour and a half another time. So it's just collective. Hey, Fry. The event won't load on Friendly Ghost. You get the regular maps. Oh, wait. Hold on. I might have missed it. Are you talking about the weekly challenge? Is that my dog in the sub? No, it is not. No, not my dog. No. If you want to go to my dog, you have to go to Bleasdale. She's there. How long are you playing today? That I do not know. Unsure. We will see, man. We're gonna just truck along and see how it goes. The weekly was rough. What was the weekly? Slow and steady. This ghost may be slow, but it's angry. Keep on your toes. The amount of cheese I see in Savasby ask for money to join the server's crazy. It's kind of nuts. They're working on it, Sean. I can just only pray that they go faster. Don't get me wrong. I want things fixed. I've heard that there are still some extra bugs every now and then, some extra features, but that's something that we've been talking about forever. And we'd love for it to be out of the game fast. Hey, Rain, good morning. Is the Alan Wake game similar to Phas? I mean, I've never played Alan Wake. I just know the rough idea of like what it's about, obviously the story. But I don't know if you could be like, oh yeah, they're like very similar games. You accidentally did an all-nighter last night. I don't think that's something you do accidentally, Zero. No, I absolutely do not usually stream this early. No, my streams are usually Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8:30 p.m. and Sunday at 1 Eastern time. Do love the extra puzzles. Hey, I love a good puzzle. I love a puzzle in a game. Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate you. All right. I'm basically ready to rock. I'm just making sure that everything is, because again, I've been away for a week, making sure that everything is running the way that it should be before I'm like, hey, full send. My favorite word, features. Hi, Splat. Okay, we should be good. Weekly isn't bad. Pay attention to where the ghost spawns, where it hunts, which might happen almost immediately. Is slow enough to get away quickly. Evidence is stingy though, so it might take a while to figure out what it is. I feel like I mean, I've obviously done these a few times, but I think I remember this one now. I have to keep clearing my throat. I'm trying to mute it. I hope you find a Cormos today. I hope I find a Cormos today. Me too. But thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Oh, you know what? Ooh, I might need to mute. We'll see. Okay. I might need to unmute the Tiltify alert too. Okay, we'll go from here. It'll be fine. 1 p.m. for you. Okay, well, it's not 1 p.m. for me. I want the ID badge. My Twitch is connected to my Phas. If I watch for 2 hours on stream, I'll get it. Yes. Correct. As long as you are logged in to Twitch, as long as you're logged in, you're good to go. Whatever you're watching on, as long as it's logged in. Now, oh, did this hotfix go live while I had the game open? Fixed an issue causing crash. Okay, never mind. I mean, I'm glad they're solving things, but that doesn't help me. Okay. Yeah, I haven't had that issue, so it should be okay. Friend thought it was a Cormos, stood still there till he died. Oh no. Can I watch on my Samsung fridge and get progress as long as you're logged into Twitch on your Samsung fridge? I believe so. Hey, Case, thank you for the 9 months. Miss Devil Dog, thank you for the 2. All right. Oh, what was I about to do before we did this? Oh, shite. Oh, shite. Oh, and I didn't hear it. I do have to fix that. Okay. I did. See, thank you so much for the donation at St. Jude. Thank you, friendo. I've had an issue with my OBS for ages where I have to like mute, unmute, monitoring on, monitoring off certain sounds to get them to work after restarting my PC. And I don't understand. Was that the thing? No, that's literally what the thing was. Did you pop the balloon? Well, no, we haven't reached the next one. No, when we reach 11,000, that's when I pop the next balloon. Yeah. Where have you been all those days? I was in the Grand Canyon. Well, near the Grand Canyon, not in there every day. We were hiking the Grand Canyon. We stayed in a tent for a couple nights, and then we went to Phoenix for 2 days. So it was pretty freaking rad. Can I pull up a picture real fast? Here, let me pull these up real quick. It's just 2 pictures. It's just so you can get an idea of where we were. Yeah, it was pretty incredible. It was pretty incredible. So when we started our hike, this was our view. So it's really difficult to describe that to somebody. Yeah. Did you guys go on any of the restricted? No, we didn't do any restricted areas. No, but what's funny is that this trail that we did literally opened that day. That day it opened up. Yeah, it was pretty nuts. Pretty freaking nuts. We did not go as we could have gone further and further and further. There's something down here called the Horseshoe Mesa, and it's way down there. But we went down about 2,000 feet. About 2,000 feet. Yeah. Pretty effing beautiful. Yeah. I mean, the way down, like each one was a battle. Going down, going up. Going down, the battle was, this was not some just little tiny slope. It was probably like a 20, 30 degree incline for a lot of it. And then going back up, well, you got to go back up. So that was hard for me. Going back up was rough. There was definitely many a time where I'm like, hey, I'm just going to take a second. Just catch a breath. Literally can't breathe. And then we'll keep going. So yeah, gorgeous. Yeah, it was incredible. It's something that I don't know if it was just me by myself that I would have pushed myself to do. So I'm glad that she got me to do it. Yeah. TCO, thank you for getting merch. Case, thank you for the 9 months, dude. Were there any ghosts there? Not that I'm aware of. Although there was a lot of weird noises. Yeah. I'm paranoid. Listen, they tell you, don't gawk and walk. Do not gawk and walk. You watch your feet. That's the kind of, and they also said, if you have a fear of heights, that trail is not for you, because there was most of the time when you're walking this trail, you look to your side like this, it's down, like it all the way down. Yep. Hiking Great Canyon can be very dangerous. We started at about 6 in the morning to try to avoid the heat, and we did not return. We started at 6. We did not make it back up to the top until about 1. That's a no for me. That's fair. Understandable. Fuck all that. Listen, I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I did it. I got to the bottom and I did not think I was going to make it back up, but I'm glad I did it. Molly, thank you for the prime. All right, let's go, friends. Let's do the things. Yeah. This week's challenge is slow and steady. This ghost may be slow, but it's angry. Keep on your toes. This is a Camp Woodwind for the 5K. There's the player settings. There's the ghost settings. There is the contract. And for our equipment, we have all tier 1. So, funsies. The things to remember about this one, though, are the settings. The settings are the important one, because if I remember correctly, your grace period is 1 second. Yep. So the ghost is slow. Its speed is 50%, but you have 1 second from when it starts its hunt. If it's on top of you, if you hear a super loud ghost, back up. Get away from the spot. And you should be fine. I moved and climbed stairs. That's enough for me. Hey, that's fair. Like I said, man, I was not, cardio-wise, I was not ready for that. Not at all. I've hiked the Zion National Park, and that was a struggle. So many switchbacks. There was many very steep switchbacks that we did going down. It was a bit further down when we hit those, but there was a couple of parts where it's like you're not using a walking pole. It's like you are needing to hold those and turn to your side and hug the rock and don't look down. Yeah. Some of you still miss the old asylum map. Oh, I do. I miss the old asylum map. Oh yeah, 100%. Why can't you make audio recordings of the crucifix anymore? Bugged. That's why. Abstract, thank you for the 5 months, man. All right. Somebody said sanity. Oh, 0. But I believe, is there 60 seconds though? No, oh, there's 0. Never mind. Scratch that. I thought there was 60-second timer. I guess it's instant. Okay. All right, well, game on. Let's do the things, man. Oh my God, I forgot that it's still the event map. Is it watch 2 hours for both badges? Correct. That is correct. Do the shadows stay the entire duration of the event? They do, which is going to be a little bit of a bummer for this weekly, because that means I have to deal with that shit trying to do the weekly. Yeah. Flash for coffee? No, flash during coffee. Makes it a lot. Oh, it's the shadow guys, man. You just ignored them? I could just try to ignore them and just see how it goes. I mean, if we feel like that's the best method. All the event noise was so hard last night for my group. Yeah, that's fair. I'll pause the music for now. I'll pause it for now. Haunted Pilot, good to see you. All right, let's go. Let's go. Found out the hard way. It spawned in front of me. All coffee is life. Wait, what? Yeah, Mary. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's 2 hours. It is 2 hours collective. It is not 2 hours straight. I'll tell you, just remove the rain, get rid of the shadow, guys, and we'll be good to go. Do you hear the wonderful carnival music that's back there? Like, what else could we have? All right, let me send out the noti so that way those that are not, maybe don't have Twitch open so they know the drops are happening. There we go. That one, do this one. Can't wait for the shadows to be over. Listen, there's certain things that we have been voicing our opinions about, especially when it comes to like audio, noise, things that might be a little bit on the loud side. So we are trying to help with that too. What's up, Nairo? Does the badge match the Christmas sweater basically? I think so. Or it definitely looks really similar. Make sure this is good. Hey, Sky, welcome in. Kind of sad now that I think Nels was foreshadowing this and not a new circus map. Wait, what would Nels be foreshadowing? Wait, what do you mean? I'm confused. Divine, thank you for the 9 months. Death and yeah, there's a few things. Like for me, still the rain hitting the windows on heavy rain. The rain hitting the windows is so loud. It's extremely loud. It's too loud. So we've made sure to say something about that. Can we get a massive carnival map, dude? Please. That would be my number one for sure. Lady, thank you for the 7 months. Who's the dog that appears for the sub? Oh, it's a random dog. No, there was a spell of a time where I used to change my alerts every month. So chat would usually vote on what they wanted, and 1 month they voted for just the theme of dog. So like I had like the Markiplier ghost dog and like a bunch of other stuff. And then after a while of so many months, we just picked some of our favorite alerts and just saved them. And just kept them. So yeah. Make a new version of Apocalypse. Well, what would they do though? What would be the new version of Apocalypse? How would that work? A map in a graveyard would be cool. Yeah, for sure. Thank you guys for the subs. I appreciate you. Thank you for the follows, friends. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome in. Hello. We're ready to rock. We're going to do the weekly. I wasn't here yesterday to do it. Obviously, I was away, but we are back and we're ready to go. Vacation was amazing. It was beautiful. I almost smoked us out of a tent because the oven we had in there, the smoke started coming this direction instead of going out the freaking pipe. So that was funny. But besides that and everything smelling like just basically like a wood stove. Yeah, it was great. Had a blast. Dude, that sucked. That was like 3 a.m, me trying to keep the fire going. And then all of a sudden I was like, why is it going this way? Why is it not going that way? Yeah, so that was fun. I'm not built for that. It's okay. All right, let's do the things. All right, Katiana Gayton. Let's go. Let's go. Sound. Man, that still happens, huh? Interesting. It didn't sound like it doesn't sound sharp until I grab a parabolic and I turn it on and turn it off. Weird. Freaking weird. Okay. Well, we know that this ghost can hunt us immediately. Now it is going to be a bit on the slower side. Why do these matches look huge? It is going to be slower. It's going to be 50% speed, but it can spawn instantly. So it's like you just have to pick your battles here. I think what I might do is I might turn this on. That don't do shite. It spawned in you. I'm thinking about running over to the campfire with the crucifix and the matchstick. That might be the way to go. Can you get challenge points if you play with friendly ghost? No, because if you do friendly ghost and you have a 0 times multiplier, it has to be at least 1. Thank you for all the primes, guys. Holy hell. Holy hell. Gypsy Mom, thank you for the 8 months. Emerald, thank you for the 18. Leopold, thank you for the 6. Hello, dude. Axo, thank you for the prime. King, hello. Need help with the event? What do you need help with? You know, we're just gonna go for it. We're just gonna run in there and we're gonna go like, I think we're just gonna go like this. I think this is, yeah. I don't even know if holding a flashlight is honestly gonna be useful. I'm about to just double smudge. And we'll just go in the dark. Do I have to stay for 2 hours for the static badge? So by watching my stream or a Kinetic partner, which I am, then you can earn the animated badge and the static badge at the same time. Yeah. Okay. F it. I can't see shit. Where's the thing? I can't see it. I can't see it. Are you possibly a myling? Leave me alone. Get away from me, you bully. Dude, I feel like my sound is weird. Okay. Can't hear it. I definitely couldn't hear it at first. That's why I'm a little suspicious of a myling. Why is Mimic my favorite? Because they're very unpredictable. That's got to be a myling, right? I did not hear those steps until it got to like the post. Unless my ears are plugged from the flight. Although I hear it now. Are you done? Go away. Shoo. All right, I'm going to throw one of those down there and grab a flashlight. Oh, what's right there? Let's get some lights on in this bitch. Would y'all leave me alone? Or not. You know, I didn't want the lights on anyway. You freaking a-hole. Like, I feel like my ears need to pop. You can't see anything. We got to open your eyes, friend. We'll have to listen to the speed when it doesn't have line of sight to be able to tell if it is a normal, or not. Hey, Daniel, I'm good. How are you? Okay. So, it's a little hard to hear anything at all. Kind of mean to have it on this map. A little mean. Probably an easy way to get points for the event by putting challenge mode for the event maps. Yeah, but the problem is I hear the footsteps right now. I don't know where it's coming from. But the problem is by putting it on a challenge mode, it's a 1x multiplier. So honestly, you're not getting that much. Bro, where are you coming from? Here. He sounds in pain. I kind of feel bad. Dude be struggling. Okay, me too. Shit. Hey, what's up, Yuka? Good morning. All right, we're going to leave you there for now. I'm going to start doing this. I'm not even sure where this stupid thing is. Can barely hear the game with the stream at full volume. Do I not have the volume up? Can you hear it now, Mr. Krabs? I thought it was my ears. No, apparently the volume was just low AF. God damn it. All right, I saw my breath. Hey, where'd your friend go? Hey, F off, hooker. No. Well, at least we know why that was. So that's an event. We can't call that an EMF 5. This wasn't solely, no, not entirely, but I'm glad I could find it quickly. Okay, I'm going to grab a smudge, I think. Yeah, okay. I think it's over there. I'm not even 100% on that. I think so. Bitch. Cutting the power. A little laggy there for a second. You see that? Holy shit. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? You came out of here. Are you in here? Maybe not. Where are you?
Right here.
Ooh. Spicy. Dude, what is with the lag? What is happening? All right. Did you throw my book? You bully? They're right here. I'll try that. Go, go, go. Been laggy for you too? Yeah, it's not normally this laggy though. There's something going on for sure. Drop that there. Put that there. Okay. If it's a 90-second ghost, I've got a few seconds. I've got a couple of seconds. Let's grab that guy, and this guy. Yeah, it's really stuttery. There we go. And we run. Never catch a live. Happy to be here. What's up, Em? Spirit box is all we have. And I got, ooh, there's orbicals. Okay, we got 2 things now. So we have spirit box and we have orbs. Okay. No shot. Yeah, that's an orb. But wait, what do I... Hold on. What do I need for that? How'd that smudge work in the rain? You just put it under your shirt. Get a quick light. It could be. I don't know. Juju, thank you so much for the biddies, friend. Thank you. Thank you for the freaking subs. Mr. 420, thank you for the 9 months. Oh, hi. Possible Cormos, it might be. We need UV. So, I mean, I could see if it's a Cormos by walking in there and not moving. That'd be a pretty great way to know that's what it is, because every time it started hunting, I mean, I'm obviously moving already. And I've got a smudge and a crucifix. It's not a Cormos. It's not a Cormos. It came right for me. It's not a Cormos. Hey, Cors, what's up? I know, it's super sad. I'd rather get it on one of the normal maps, honestly. I would much rather have it on one of the normal maps. All right, you're definitely not a Cormos, which means that you're not UV. Sag. EMF 5 dots, freezing or writing. All right, did you do any of the things, friend? I keep throwing my smudge. Oh my God, stop kicking the power. Stop. Yeah, a-hole? I should probably keep the crucifix out. Can I get the animated card by watching here? Yes, you can. Indeed, you can. Think a possible mare. Well, if it's a mare, I need writing. However it so chooses. I think it's, I mean, yeah, it's still cold here. So the ghosty's still here. Oh, you're over there. What the hell? See, ghosty. Okay, now it's starting over to the left. Dude, this thing needs to stop moving. I swear to God. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So far, I have seen the Aswang. I have not seen the Cormos. Not yet. Thank you guys so much for all the subs. I appreciate you guys. Alex, thank you for the 14 months. Dark Mist, thank you for the 6 months at tier 2. Do I smudge you? I could. You want to get smudged? Oh, no? Okay. That's fine. I don't want to smudge you anyway, you piece of crap. You know what? I take it back. I do want to smudge you. Piece of trash. There you go. All right, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Hey, man in the Y, what's up? Man in the Y, Brim hat. Okay. So, I have another smudge. We know that it's not a Cormos, right? What am I possibly missing here? Ooh, I haven't been able to check for, but it's there's no way. I mean, speed wise, would that be even relative to a Dian when it's 50% speed? Awfully dicey. Wait a minute. No, Katiana. Yeah, even though it's that ghost model, the ghost is Katiana, so it could be. Possible mimic? I mean, I guess it could be. But if it is, then I should have freezing, right? Check the old sanity. I don't have any. Hey, Dream. Yeah, I don't have any. It's gone. I mean, I'm hanging out with this ghost long enough to make the things. Okay. You're coming from that corner a lot. And you sound disgusting. Oh, hi, Roxy. Oh, we got stuck. Wait, what? Get out of here. All right, where's my orbicle? You hooker. It's moved. Oh my God. That like made my camera shake. Did you see that shit? All right, you're starting here. All right, I need stuff. You son of a bitch! We'll get there eventually. One of these days, Alice. One of these days. Oh, excuse me. Give. Knights of Columbus, that's loud. Good Lord. Why is it two different drops? One's animated and one's not. There we go. This. I've just got to be ready to smudge if things go south. Ghost is having a slow morning. I mean, damn. Sky, think of it, 10 months. Should have done 1 hour. The crucifix was right there, too. And God bless you. The reason that I believe the reason they're doing it the way they're doing it right now is just to try it out. What is the challenge? The ghost sucks. Do you accept? All right, we've seen no dots. It has not done writing. It could be EMF 5. I don't know. The ghost is moving around a bunch on me, so I've got to keep track of it. Where did I put that crucifix, by the way? Give reduced speed on. It's the weekly, so the ghost is reduced. The ghost is 50%. Did my crucifix disappear? Oh, it's right here. Okay, I'm on it. We're okay. Okay, we're good. It blended in with the ground. I couldn't see it. Christ. Holy moly. That thing started within like 3 feet of me. All right, still no writing. I'm not getting freezing. I don't know what it did with my video camera. It tossed the shit out of it, I think. What'd you do with my camera, you bully? Oh, there it is. Yeah, orbs are still here. Oh my God. Why is the cruci not doing its job? I don't know. I definitely feel like it's within range for sure. For sure. Let me out. Any challenge or something? Yes, this entire thing is a challenge. For sure. Hi, caramba. I might look at the board. I mean, I don't think it's EMF 5, but it could be. Hey, what up, Stitch? Welcome in. 1 meter out of place. That's what it feels like. Orbs are there, so we know that the ghost room is there. It is not throwing the book. We're not going to get UV. It's not giving us dots. Freezing could be taking 15 years, which is possible. You like the tier 1 camera? I like the look of it from the truck, but the use case of being on the map, it's a little small. A little small. Hey, what up, Chatty Bug? How's the morning and day? Good. Tired. Got home probably like 12:30 from a delayed flight, which was a blast when it was a connector. So that was great. Yeah. Hate waiting for freezing. Your best bet is just to get your other stuff and check for freezing after a bit. Let it linger. And I don't see the orb anymore. What up, Ribs? Raj, welcome in. Well, this ghost sucks all the butts. Every last one of them. You have the rain. You've got the shadow guys. What we know for sure by looking at our evidence, what we have and what we don't have. Let's just take these. Let's bring these back out, right? So if I had ultraviolet, I would have a Cormos, but we don't have a Cormos because it came directly to me without me moving, making any sound. No Cormos. If it is a Cormos, I'm gonna be a little pissed. And then for it to be a die-in, it would need to be EMF 5. But I don't think it's a die-in because the speed has not been adjusting, or maybe it's so slow that I'm not noticing. So that's dots, freezing, or writing, which is just a bundle of fun. It could have been pathing. Yeah, I mean, I could always try again. Just go running in here real quick and see if it runs at me again. What's it gonna hurt, right? What is it gonna hurt? Oh god, I can't see what I do in this smudge. Oh, there it is. Do this. How's our matchsticks doing? Let's grab another one. Should you check for UV for mimic? Yeah, but wouldn't I have freezing if I had a mimic? Smudge at the red ape? It's a ghost. Hi, cats. It could be. We're not sold on that yet. Oh, ads are going to start soon. Oh, shit. Just a heads up, friends. I don't know where the ghost is now, though. Yeah, this is the weekly. These guys make it really annoying. Freddy Spaghetti, thank you for the 2 months, dude. Mrs. Blues, good morning. With it moving around, that could be why no freezing yet. That's my guess as of right now. It's definitely what it feels like. Wait, are you hunting? Oh, you are. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's over there to the left. Let's go get the video camera and see where the orbs have moved to. Still no writing. Right here. Dude, you really, really suck. Buy ourselves some time. Possible marriage? Marriage? Oh my god, thank you for the resubs, guys. Holy hell. Oh, did you get that light too? Oh, that is so silly. That is dumb. Writing? What? What? Are you just a... Oh my god, was that writing? No. No. You don't get to hug me. Go away. It's a mare. We're out of here. Get me the hell out of here. Holy crap. My god. Okay. Good deal. We'll wait for the ads to finish and then we'll go back into the next one. Frickin' mare. Frickin' mare. Well, we didn't get mimicked. All right. Let's go back in. Let's do it again. We'll do it again in a second. We need to wait for the ads to finish. We have about 1:13 before the ads are done, and then we'll go back in. Hi, Karumba. Hey, what up, Pumpkin? First time seeing you live. Welcome in. Hello. I wouldn't have guessed mare. It could have been any ghost. When it's a mare, especially like that, it could have been anything. Trying for the mare ability when it's moving around so effing much is difficult. I could have used the motion sensors to make it a little bit easier, but I mean, we had orbs, so I should be able to easily track it, but man, it was being a butthole. Okay, I really can't have music on right now with this ambient noise being so effing loud. So we'll just leave it like this. We'll leave it like that. And then once the ad's done, we'll go back in for round 2. And hopefully this one will be a little bit easier. How much longer are you streaming for? For a while. For a while. 'Tis the plan, friend, to go for a while. Mr. Incredible, thank you for the 12 months. Thank you so much. And Jamie, thank you for the dono to St. Jude. I didn't even see that, friend. I don't even know if the sound played for me. Here, I'll do the old off on again for that to make sure I can hear it. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's on the other scene. Oh, okay. There we go. All right. Ads are finishing. I'm sorry, friend. It was a mare. It was a mare. The Obake with that ghost model is so weird. Oh, I can imagine. For any of the event maps, it's super, super strange. Okay, let me do this. Where's my St. Jude alert? There it is. Hey, Karina, the trip was good. The trip was amazing. Not something I typically would do. So it was a really cool change of pace. The wife and I had a blast. We had a lot of fun. Videos have helped you so much. Let's go, Pumpkin. Hell yeah. Loak, welcome in. Glitch, thank you for the follow. Soren, Big Duck, hello. What's up, Luna? Hello, hello. Okay. Ready? Now we go. So it was a mare. You missed literally nothing. I finally saw writing on the ground. That's literally it. So let's go. Same thing, same spiel. 5 more until 7 years. Oh my God, cats. Got to go soon to see my dad, so I'll keep the stream tapped. Thank you, Halogen. Appreciate you, friend. Isn't breakers usually a Jin thing? No, the Jin can't turn off the breaker. The Jin breaker thing is where it will leave an EMF at the breaker when it tries to turn it off and use its ability. It's a tricky thing to get, especially if you're a solo player, because you need to be near the ghost for it to use its ability, and then you need to go hear the EMF at the breaker. So Jins can't turn it off and Hantus can't turn it on. Other than that, every other ghost has an equal chance to screw with the breaker. Yeah. Tier 1 book is so dumb to see the writing. I hate it. It was a little hard for me to see that, but we did finally see it. All right. We have Holly Johnson and we have orbs. Look at that. Orbicles right out the gate. All right. Well, at least we know kind of where the ghost is. Kind of sucks. I don't like when it's here because inevitably it has 500 directions to go, but at least we know it's there. So, and it's gone. You bastard. I haven't even opened the door yet. It's got to be there. I have not opened the door. It can't be changing rooms if we're not in there. Hi, Karumba. Fly Guy, thank you for the 9 months. Paul, thank you so much for the sub. And Corvash, thank you for the biddies. Hi, Karumba, dude. What the hell? All right, let's go. Let's go. I'm going to bring Crucifix, Smudge, and then Flashlight for now. We'll run in there, let the ghosty hunt, and then after it hunts, then we'll start making our way downtown. I think that's the way. I will show you the way. Go! Okay, so it is still over there. The blinkies look pretty normal. We could watch for like Obake shift and stuff like that. %50 speed is something that I struggle with for sure. You turn around on me pretty fast though. Like struggle recognizing the difference, if you know what I mean. And it's done. Okay. Let's turn these switches on. Will it shift if it's an event model? Yes. It's it used to be a bug that it actually wouldn't do that, but yeah, it will. Hey, you blew out my fire, you piece of sh. Hey. Hey. Okay. Do I want to, you know, let me, okay, better idea. Let's get our stuff in the, through the gate, and then I'll smudge it after that. So let's get all of this over there, and then once I smudge it, we'll look for all the evidence. I think that's going to be the plan here. Get out of here. Give me thermo, UV, salt. All the things. All the things. Is that Galaxy Quest music I hear? Oh, it absolutely is. 100%. LJ, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you guys for the follow. Appreciate you. Can Onryos blow out firelights during a hunt? Yeah. Yeah. You feel old? That's okay. Not everyone here is going to judge you. You should be okay. There we go. Get some dootskis. We'll just place that over there. We know where the orbs are, so that's nice. Give me another smudge. Give me this. Would be good. Thanks, boss. I haven't watched that movie in years either, actually. Let's see. Hey! Hey, listen here, dirtbag. What are you doing over there? Hey! You a-hole? All right. Oh, I see my breath around the fire. Sweet. My favorite room. I'm trying to, like, wear you down. Come on. I want to get you near the end of your hunt, which is, like, going to be probably close to here. Yeah. All right. Hopefully that landed. If not, well, that sucks. All right. There's my stuff. This, that. Let's place you here. Let's place our dots. Oh, I heard it. It just knocked on a piece of wood. Give me the UV and give me... Where is it? EMFer? Give me. Okay. Hey, Boggle, how are you? All right, we have UV. Man, freaking Cormos again. It's teasing me. Oh, that's the Ferris wheel. It's like, what the hell is that? Never mind. The camera's not in a good spot. I could put that in a better place. Still haven't played the update. Oh, you gotta give it a look-see, man. You just learned that they can be left on the logs? Yeah. They absolutely can. Grab a crucifix. I have a smudge. Yeah, we're good. We're Gucci. We're Gucci. I think. Let me get... I want enough lights on to test for the Cormos. Like, this should be good. Like, if it runs directly to me here. Hey, Justin, thank you for the 29 months, man. Texas, thank you for the biddies. Banshee, Hantu, Cormos, Obake. I don't think I saw a shapeshift. I also think it's sped up a line of sight, so Hantu would be out of the question. Hey, Vicky, good to see you. Update a bit wonky, needs some work, but then again, isn't the game? No, there's definitely some bugs. Oh yeah, there's some features that need to be fixed, and they know. I have not gotten the Cormos yet. No, hi Lodge. Not yet. What I'm doing right now, friends, is like I'm assuming that I can rotate like this. You just can't walk. The ghost is a female. I should probably have that like that. Can the event go shift? Yes. If it's an Obake, yeah, it can. You suck. think that's friend. It's not very friend shaped. That's unfortunate. That's extremely unfortunate. One of these days, I'm actually going to get that damn ghost. One of these days, Alice, one of these days. I don't think it's going to be freezing. I don't think it's you either. So dots or EMF? Is that the game we're going to play here? I mean, so we're thinking Banshee, right? Give me this thing. I like that I can still hear that perfectly fine. With power on, the Hantu is slow. Well, either way, the Hantu can't speed up a line of sight. So if the ghost is speeding up a line of sight, it can't be a Hantu. So I could kick the power and watch it just to make sure there's no breath, but still. I don't think so, but we can always try. Maybe the 50% is throwing me off. I don't know. Shaney, think of the 26 months. Yeah, the ghostie's name is Holly Johnson. Jesus Christ. F off, nerd. God, what a jerk. Hi, Bray. Good morning, friend. How was your stream last night? Possible Banshee? It could possibly be Banshee. This is facts. Oh, you bitch. Oh, I'm totally going to be able to hear that. Woof. Can you please do it? That's not what I meant. All right. This is a last ditch effort right here. Oh my God, y'all are so effing loud. Go, get a room. All right, we have no breath. Zero breath. None. Meaning no to the haunters. Banshee, it has to be. Come on, just do the Banshee wheel, please. Please. Oh, a thing happened. Anonymous, thank you for the dono to St. Jude. I would love the third, but I don't think it's going to happen. Well, okay. Well, no. What would be the third for the Banshee? Ultraviolet orbs and dots. Okay. It's... There's no way. There's no shot. But the way this ghost has been moving around, I'm not going to get dots. You don't think you can hear it on event maps? That would really suck. We might just have to take it and hope, because not much I can do. I mean, it's not shapeshifting. We would have seen that, right? Yeah. I think it's a Banshee. So we're just going to hope. We're going to hope and pray. If it's not a Banshee, then I don't know. Yeah. Mamake, but I'm not getting the rest of the evidence. That's the issue. So we'll see.
Welcome back. Like prepared jobs for you.
Banshee. Yep. Just wasn't getting everything that we needed. So it was just process of elimination at that point. Process of elimination. All right, one more. Let's go. Shamo. Ay, caramba. Ah, caramba. Oval, thank you so much for the gifted, man. Thank you for the sub. Hex. Hello, friend. Where did Ghost go on vacation? The Bahamas. You can leave. You're welcome to leave. The ghosts are always stinky. This is factuals. Yeah. All right. What do we have this time? Brian Brown. Well, guess what, Brian? We know you can't be a Banshee and you can't be a Dian. Roger that. Oh, Lena. Thank you for the $150 St. Jude dono, friend. When is a joke a dad joke? When it becomes apparent. God damn it. Thank you guys for the donations to St. Jude. I appreciate you guys so stinking much. All right. I don't see any orbicals as of right now. It doesn't mean we don't have them. I just don't see them. Always possible. But we'll just go in per the usual with, I think a smudge, a flashlight, and a crucifix, I think suffices. I think it's fine. And then we'll just have the crew see at the ready. There we go. Not hunting yet. Okay. Let's stand here. I'm not moving an inch. Oh, son of a bitch. You're not what we want. Not a Cormos. Not the Cormos. No, don't think so. Go there. Go there. We've ruled out a ghost, which is cool. I mean, actually, I think we could have ruled out a few because I'm pretty sure that I heard line of sight speed up with that. Pretty sure. I just want to get to a regular map. Dio possibly? I don't think so. Oh, look at our guy. What are you doing? He's over there chilling by the foyer. Is the ghost 100%? No, the ghost is 50% speed. 50. Hey, Patzilla, thank you for the 6 months, man. Silent, thank you for the prime. Does anyone know when the drops are available? Now. That's how you warm your coffee. Yeah. Hey, Cats, thank you for the biddies. Finally catch you live, sir. Hello, chat. Greetings. Hello. All right, where is this butthole spawning from? No, I haven't seen the Cormos yet. Okay, you're spawning right there. Got it. Again, I hate when they're there and around the fire. That does suck. Let's just watch you for a second, just to be sure. I'd say Obake's off the table. You would have shapeshifted by now. There's our breath, so we know the area that you're in, which is nice. I'm going to go ahead and smudge you now. There we go. Now that's done. I'm going to throw crucifix. I'm going to throw crucifix on this just so I remember where it is. And then I'm going to throw that down because we need to get items over there as quickly as possible. Give me dots, give me book, give me camera. There we go. I don't think Dio, man. I don't. Unless I'm being tricked. Hi. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Why so slow, Ghost? Because of the weekly. The weekly sets the Ghost to 50%. Yeah, I didn't do this. This was not my doing. Absolutely not. All right. If it is a 90-second Ghost, I've got like 30 some odd seconds left and we should be okay. Hey, what up, Cade? Thank you for the 2 months. The Ghost does sound more demonic. This is facts. Okay. Oh, no. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Possible, but I don't think so. It might start hunting before I get out of here. We're okay. All right, what I have not checked for is I haven't checked for UV. All right, let's watch this for a second, see if we get anything. We'll see. Oh, play ball. Oh, you bitch. We'll just leave it recording. Who cares? Chucking a lot of stuff, but I don't remember seeing a lot of chuckery as in like Polty chuckery when it was hunting. It didn't feel that way. See you, Pumpkin. Have a good day, dude. Catson, thank you for the prime. Spooky, thank you for the 9 months. I hope they use a lot of the event ideas for 1.0 because post animation fixes, I'm digging it. I think, or I hope, I have to agree with you, Angel. I hope that they add a lot of unique events for these ghosts. I hope so. Time is it for me? You can always do exclamation point time to check my time, but it's about 8 in the morning. About 8. Oh, you Dotton mother. Hey, Joe, how are you? Look. You notice how none of this is recording, by the way? That son of a bitch. But at least we sensed it. I don't think we have orbs. I really don't think so. What's up, Brandy? They messed up the Dio in your mind? Really? I don't know if I've had a Dio in a while. Okay, we go back. We go back. I could do a quick UV check. I could just, whenever it's chasing us down, lay it down, throw the UV down, do a quick check. Probably easy. It's a new feature. Hey! Did you cut the power? You bag shit? You sure did. Alright, let's go stand over here and hopefully not die. At least you have 3 UVs. Oh, thank God. I was concerned. I like what they did with this map. Me too. And I can only hope that this is a sign of what's to come. I have a feeling it's not, but if it is, that would be pretty freaking awesome. I'm gonna go get the power, okay? Oh, maybe you are. So you kind of are throwing a lot. Oh my God. No footsie doodles. Negative. Negative on the footsies. I'm smudging you. This should land. Wait. Wait. Hold on. Did my smudge burn? Twigs were damp. Oh, okay. Okay, I might not have smudged it. That was strange. no freezing. I don't know, man. You about to fart on me? Hey! That sounds wet. Oh my god. Okay, my flashlight's back. Never mind. Hey, Karen, how are you? How do you like the update? I think the Alan Wake collab is amazing. I definitely... You can't be a mayor anyway, right? I definitely think it brought along with it some new features. But the collab in itself has been awesome. I have not played Alan Wake. I know the general idea of what Alan Wake is about. Did he just get stuck? All right, I am now going to attempt to smudge you. My smudge is burning. There we go. Okay, we're good. All right, groovy. At this point, dude, I don't even know what to tell you. It's like spawning over here, kind of. We're not getting writing. It turned the lights on in here. We didn't see UV when I checked. Thank you for the primes, friends. Appreciate you. Give me. Let's check the potty. Nope, it's just near here. The temps are going up. Who's Alan? Why is he awake? Well, you ever hear about that game? Don't Wake Daddy? Like, you know that? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Okay. Ay, caramba. Ghostfish, thank you for the 5 months, man. Fire, thank you for the 28 radiant. Thank you for the prime. Welcome in. Imperious, thank you for the gifted. That might be, I need to aim that to the right a little bit. Okay, what are we looking at? We have dots, and that's literally it, yeah? I didn't see UV. I'm not getting spirit box. So like the Aswang or the Oni? That didn't look... Is this an Aswang? The spirit box doesn't seem to react on PC push to talk. Really? It's been okay for me. And it did fart on us. You're right. Aswang? Do I just go for it? Do I even have hiding? Wait. Whoa. Backpedal. I'm taking everything away. Hold on. We have dots, and that's literally it. Dots literally removes the Pulte. Thinking it was an Oni? No. It airballed us. And there's no official hiding spot, so I can't even do that. But, well, it's also almost impossible for me to be able to register how long the line of sight is taking with it being 50. There's no way for me to get that. No shot in hell. But we know that we don't have orbs, and we did not see ultraviolet. That's what's crossing off those. And it also stepped in salt, meaning it's not a wraith, and this isn't a Dio, which means that it has to be an Aswang. It would have to be, which means I should have writing. Okay. I've got another smudge. Let's go inside. Do I have enough matches on me? Hello? Hello? What? Let's get another box. Let's rock. 89, thank you for the prime, dude. You thought you saw writing. Okay. It's really hard to see. I see no writing. I see breath. It farted on me again. Didn't you have orbs at the beginning? No, that was last round. That wasn't this round. Do I have enough time? Yeah, okay, I'm gonna grab the other book. Hey, Cherry Blossom, welcome in. How are you? Let's grab the second book. Yeah, after this, we'll take a little break and we'll go to a normal map. I think that's our plan. Well, you're not a liar. You just didn't know. There's a difference. There's a difference when you're like, I might have seen, I'm not sure, and you're like, oh no, it's there. That's different. Could it be red tent? Maybe. Hey, what up, Bloops? Let's see where it spawns. Or not. Is the seer badge for Twitch? It is. Oh, you're over there. Ooh, okay. So you are still in this little area over here. Okay, that's good to know. Hey, you want to write my book? Here, write my book. A little late on the timer, but that's okay. Okay, right in the book, please. Hey! Well, it's hard to tell with the pencil thing whenever it's really dark. Like this, I can tell a lot easier. Like this, I can tell. But with no light, it's really hard to see it. All right, so that's the only thing I could think that it could be. If it's something else, then it's really thrown me for a loop and got me good. Yeah, so the issue that we have is that I don't have official hiding spots to hide in to do that. Oh, thanks. To do that, the Aswang test that we know. Not freezing. Negative on the freezing. Check the book again. I can see the pencil on both of them. It's not written in the book yet. Hide in the stall. The stalls are not official hiding spots. No freezing, no writing, no. And if I take away all that, I mean, I literally have no more ghosts left. That was an interesting way to path. He's still over here. So he is still spawning in this area. Still waiting on your first out. Dude, I've had one. I've had one of those and I've had 0 Cormos. So I'm also waiting for new ghosts, friend. You're not alone. You are not alone. Yeah. This stubborn butthole is not making life any easier, is it? Well, Goryo's out of the picture when we remove the orbs and we remove the UV. You know, I guess... Hey, jeez. I guess I never realized that the ghost could rip the tier 1 camera off of the tripod. I never realized that. I never use it, so I don't ever see it. Which, what a shitty mount job on our part if it can just pick it up and throw it. Okay, you done? Are you done? You finished, homie? No, I didn't prestige. This is the weekly, so we have tier 1 equipment, unfortunately. Yeah. Unfortunato. So do I have it circled right now? I do. I don't know if it's it or not, but... Screw hole must be stripped. What the hell was that? Was that... Is it just me, or did it sound like the ghost was cleaning the sign? It sounded like a squeegee. Oh my god, I can place it on there. If I turn the lights off, that's going to be floating now. Okay, that's kind of funny. I'm using it. Take advantage. Wait for it. Wait for it. It's going to stop hunting, and there it is. Oh, I love it. Dude, you really suck, homie Slice. I don't even know. Yeah, see how it's non-existent unless the lights are on? Then you turn the lights on. And there you go. I don't know. Being very stingy. What if it was Spirit Box? If it's dots and Spirit Box and we don't have orbs or... No, it can't be. No. Based on what we have. Based on what we have and what we don't have. I'm still gonna keep Aswang marked. Firm believer that every ghost needs 2 traits. Some could definitely use some reworking for sure. Yeah. Hey. Hey. Leave my fire alone, jerk. All right, you little butthole. I might just have to take it and send it. I think another issue is, although I've had the dots facing this direction for a while, to be fair to the ghost. The old classic tree juke. I gotta go for it, I think. You know what? Fine. Hugs. Oh, hey, there's all our shadow friends. No, it's really not giving anything up, which is really unfortunate, but we'll see. It was a Goryo. Also, it felt like it moved rooms worth where it was spawning from. So, based on that... Hold. I had no UV footprints. I had none. I had none. Yeah, the reason I canceled out the Goryo is because we tested for ultraviolet and I did not have any ultraviolet. And because it wasn't an Obake, it could not hide footprints. I'll have to go back and check that, but I'm pretty sure it stepped in salt. We watched it continue to walk and we had no UV. Yeah. Interesting. We thought we had EMF 5. We definitely did think we had it, but again, I was like, well, no, it can't be a Goryo. So that does make sense. All right. What a jerk hole. That's fine. This one's going to be way easier. Let's go. They're frustrating. Well, I don't know if that was you. I don't always want to be like, oh, it was a glitch, because it could have been user error. But yeah, weird. All right, we have Richard Emmett, so we can go ahead and cross off Banshee. We can go and cross off the Diane. I don't see any orbs as of right now. Okay, let's go find out where this ghost is. So we'll take a crucifix, we'll take a smudge, and we'll take a flashlight just to be able to see a little bit easier. Just another feature, just added to the list. Again, it might have been a user error, but if it was not, then I need to report it because I did not have UV when I should have. I've been having to check the UV at the beginning and the end of the game because these ghosts have been wishy-washy. Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that other people are also experiencing said things. Power. Okay. Kind of like I get the fire lit really fast, and then I come over here, I get the power on, turn the light on, and then I just kind of hold off and just see where it hunts from, or try to see. Bathroom. I struggle with like hearing the speed of the ghost and saying that's normal or that's not normal for a 50 ghost. You know what I mean? I struggle with that hard. Oh, hey, what are you doing? All right, let's put that there for now. You suck a butthole. Hey, Among, how are you? We'll drop our flashlight for now. It'll be fine. Thank you all for the follows today. I appreciate you, friends. Thank you, thank you. 2 hours watch time to get the animated and the static badge here at the same time. Collective, not not at the same time. Wait, what do I? Oh, the smudge. Yeah, let's go evidence. What's up, Lizard? Not a gym? No, not a gym. All right, let's put you right there. Put you right there. And place you down there. If it ain't the crucifix, that'd be nice, because that'd be a nice solid 20 to 25 seconds it would buy me. I did not see a crucibite, though. Is there any way to figure out the gin if the breaker's broken? By eliminating every single other ghost that there is. That's how. Oh, you start in the back of the bathroom, you jerkhole. It dodged the cruci. What a jerk. Poltergeist, think of the 8 months. We don't like you very much. Don't you do it. Back off. I don't want none. No, thank you. All right. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Oh, you bitch. You threw my camera. Where is it? Oh, man. I really don't like that they can do that. Not a fan. Not a fan. Nice way of saying you can't definitely. No, no, absolutely not. No, no, no. The gin is removing everything else. What the hell's going on over here? I still might be able to get it, though. That generator is doing work. Never knew that they could yeet it off the... I didn't know that either, but I also don't... Oh, we have dots. I also don't use the tier 1 stuff very often, so I don't get to experiment. I don't know if they've always been able to do that or if it's just something I've noticed recently. Yeah, I don't know. But Billy, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. It's just nervous. All right. 100% of dots, though. I did see that. Now, I don't know about in person necessarily, but we definitely saw it. This ominous shadow taken guy back here. I don't know. Maybe that's our new bathroom attendant. Hey, need a towel. All right, let's mark it down. Dots. Okay. All right, UV check. I feel like I need to do a UV check outside of a hunt, not during a hunt. Can you ask a question about Aswang? I could try to answer it. It's a new ghost that I have not had very much, so I don't know how reliable my information is going to be. But we could try. He's just standing there. Oh, you bitch. Ooh, unless it wants to, like, knock on one of the pieces of wood while we're walking around. I'd be okay with that. Hey, knocky knocky. I'm noticing it lagging more when I have, like, the UV out. What the hell's that about? Alright, I now smudge you. Alright, that'll buy us some time to check for stuff and things. Hey, what are you doing over there? All right, it's probably going to make its way back over here. I can surely hope so. There's my camera, you jerk. We know we have dots. Okay, I would love... What the hell is that? What is happening? No wonder I couldn't see it. It's a freaking Goryo. Wherever you are, you're gross. Yeah, that definitely sounded like an EMF 5, and that was UV, and we're not going to be able to see the dots unless I watch through a camera. Wow. Real cute. I don't know what was up with the footsteps. Those were really strange. Really, really weird. All right, well, Redemption Goryo, I guess. Bye. Miss you. Oh. Hi, caramba. What up, is? Time to restart the game. Back-to-back Goryos, I might have to. Oh, the game wants to... Okay, thank God. Freaking Goryos. Not the ghost I want to get. Man, that map is going to be a little tough with the rain and the Taken, the shadow guys all around making a bunch of noise. It's going to be a little hard if you're doing it during the event, which you don't have a choice for this. But if you do it with multiple people, one person could go around and they could get rid of all of the Taken while you're sitting there trying to figure out what the ghosty is. That's always possible too. But all right, nice. There's the weekly. Done. Done. I couldn't get the monkey paw to work on the map last night. Really? Okay. How long are you streaming? For a while. Completely it all in one day. Are you talking about the event? Let me back out of this and see what our percentage is at. Let's see if it's different. What are my settings like for hunts? What do you mean? I play on Nightmare a lot, if that's what you're asking. Not yet, 97.75. Okay, we're getting there. It might be probably today. We're getting like we were getting like 15 or 20% a day. Challenge mode I feel like took more time than it should have for me. It's just because of all the extra noise, all the extra stuff that you have to deal with doing the event for it. That's the problem. Yeah, thank you for the follows, guys. I appreciate you. Where's this badge coming from? Do we have a special reason? Yeah, for the event. Yeah, for the event. It's for the Alan Wake event. So you guys watch for 2 hours. When you watch it here, you get the animated and the static badge. You earn them both at the same time. Having issues with the tier 1 temps on that map and rundown farmhouse. Oh, interesting. See, I don't use the tier 1 stuff, super often. So it's hard for me to be able to judge that. 83% for the watch badge. 85. Nice. Nice, nice. Give me a sec, friends. All right. Now let's do a non-event map as a nice little breath in between. Anyone had the new ghosts yet? No, I have not had the Cormos. I have had the Aswang though. Kateri, thank you for the 5 months. It's like an ugly sweater. I love it. I love it. Do you think you'll prestige? I don't know. Let's go do a nightmare at Tanglewood so I can get away from some of this extra noise. Yeah? All right, let's go. My badges and IDs keep... Check the equipment and get set up before investigating. There's no rain. That's beautiful. There's been no report of violence or Thank God. Diamond, thank you for the prime. JCG, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you guys. Completed the doll puzzle, but I'll be playing with a friend who hasn't. Any idea if the game will load in my completed puzzle or there? I don't know, Mermaid. That's a great question. I know that you can't do it twice. But if they're the host, I imagine it should load in, right? What are your thoughts on the new update? I think that the event update is fantastic. I love it. What I don't love, but they're working on, is that there's just so many random things that are like, well, why the hell's that broken now? That's the problem. If they're the host, the puzzle should load. I would assume so. Why you don't have the farmhouse fieldwork event? What? No, the community goal has not been reached yet. No, we're at like 97.75%. We're not far off. Do what? Do a what? Athena, thank you for the 3 months. All right. We have Kate Buckley, motion sensor, firelight, photo camera. Yeah. Perfect games, again, like I would do more of them or I would try more of them. Right now, I don't know about that just because there's been some wonky stuff happening. I think they mean the badge. Oh, no, I've completed all those badges. They're all done for me. Yeah. Chromos does. I know, but I haven't had it yet. We're hoping to get one. All right. Flashlight, thermo, EMF, my huge. Let's go. Let's find it. If I'm out of town, will I still get the community badge? I think so. Don't you automatically get those? Hi, Norm. It's Norm. I'm pretty sure. I touched it first. Jerk. All right, let's go get a UV because I don't want to miss the chance. You know, it's not a problem picking up things from the van, put it back, or they try to place things down, it won't let you. I have not had that problem. Now, I know that I'm sure there's going to be different problems between console and PC. I'm not going to know the ones that are... I'm not going to know the ones that are happening with console. It's my new hover camera. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Oh, I didn't grab the right stuff. Oh, whatever. Let's pretend you're in here. Son of a bitch. I still went with my huge. I was going to grab UV and I didn't do it. Mistakes were made. It's okay. That's how you mount a camera? Yeah. Why tier 3 UV over tier 2? I just prefer it because of how strong it is. Boner. Yep. All the different tiers are preference. If you have everything unlocked and you're using something that's not tier 3, it's just because you like the other tier better. Let's check temps real fast. 12 degrees. All right, another chance. Try again. Can't get the burnt cruisy sound. You're not the only one, Pumpkin Queen. That's like everybody. I've heard everyone having issues trying to record that. You are definitely not alone, friend. All right, we have ads coming soon. I'll definitely run outside when they go to happen, though. Don't forget the UV. Thank you. Tier 2 headgear better than tier 3. I think so. I don't like seeing night vision all the time. That's locked. UVs. There she is, Captain. turn you on for now. Stop you so you shut up. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Where are you? It should be here. Yeah, it's wandering a little bit, but it's definitely colder in here. Oh, I saw that. Dudeskis. We've got dots. We've got UV. That's a Goryo Banshee. Can't be Goryo. That's a Banshee Obombo Phantom. Sweet. All right. I'm going to stay outside and let the ads run, friends. I do 3 minutes of ads every hour so that I don't have pre-rolls. So if you come into the stream for the first time, my goal is to make it so you don't miss things happening if you have to get hit by ads. So that's why I run them like this. Unfortunately, we have to run them. So I'm going to do them now. And while they're running, we're going to do nothing. And then we'll go back in. So 3 minutes. If you're not subbed, you're not turbo. Don't worry about it, friends. You're not going to miss a damn thing. You're going to miss nothing. There we go. Tier 2 smudge for the win. Yeah, oh yeah. I tier 2 grew on me. I used to love using tier 1 more, but tier 2 grew on me a lot. Is it bad that I just throw the spare procs on the ground and yap till her? No. That's a good strategy. That's a good strat, because then you can look for other things while you're talking to the ghost. Coffee talk, that's right. Hi, Jocelyn. How are you? No, that's a good strategy. Is there a way to transfer YouTube membership to a Twitch sub? No, there's no connection there. Did you hear about the butcher that backed into a meat grinder? He got behind in his work. Look, this isn't that stream, okay? Hey, sweets, how are you? Oh, I'm doing good, Jocelyn. Tired, but you know, that's expected. We had a long day of travel yesterday because there were some issues with delays and whatnot, but holy shite. We got back to our home airport at 11 o'clock, it's like 10:30, 11 o'clock. Man, it was the busiest I've ever seen with it being that late because there were so many delays. Where'd you get to on your trip? We went to go to the Grand Canyon. So we went to Arizona. Getting a stomach bug. I hope you feel better. I do have pets. Yeah, Josie, my dog. You can see her picture on Bleasdale. Got a question. How'd you get this cool ad break? Oh, I made it. Yeah. What map are you on? This is Tanglewood. I don't mind, honestly, I don't mind airports that much. I really don't. It just depends on the airport itself, especially like we live in Maryland, so BWI is definitely not that bad. It's really not. In a hotel? Oh, what are you doing? Dom, thank you for the 7 months. Waffle, thank you for the 17. Senna, thank you for the prime. Thank you guys. We'll spin the wheel after we'll spin the good wheel after the ads are over, which they're gonna be done in like 40 seconds. Hopefully this ghost does not move rooms. I hope not. Afraid of flying, never used to, but being older age comes fear of flying. Oh no, that's okay. My parents, we never flew anywhere when I was younger because my parents had the biggest fear of flying. So you hate the Orlando International? I don't mind it. Atlanta, that's rough. That's a massive airport. How long do we watch? 2 hours. Two. Nameless, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. Falcon, thank you for the 5. Yeah, Atlanta's rough, man. You get your walking shoes on for that one. Holy shit. What up, Dio? How are you? 91%. Nice. Spending time with the newly engaged fiance. Let's go. Congrats. This is also for animated gamer. That's correct. Yep. We be on again tomorrow? I certainly will. Yeah, it'll be later in the day though. It'll be at my stream tomorrow's at 8:30 p.m. So that won't be I'm not going to be on like early in the morning like this. Yeah. No, my goal today, whenever I do end, whenever it might be, my goal is going to be to take you to another Kinetic partner if possible, because they will have animated badges and also the standard badges. That will be the goal. So whenever that might be, I'm not 100%, but we're going to let it roll. What up, Ashley? How are you? You prefer Atlanta over Dallas any day? I flew to Dallas once, but it was a long time ago, and I don't really remember it that much. Little's birthday tomorrow. Oh, let's go. All right. I know ads are done. I know. I can see it. That's why we switched over. I know. Hey, Lemma, how are you? All right. Let's go back inside. Before we go back inside, let's get more stuff. No, I got you. It sucks. If I did not have to run them at all, I would not. But if I did not run them, Twitch would run them. So if Twitch runs them, that means that you guys would inevitably have pre-rolls. And pre-rolls are where when you first enter a stream, you're immediately hit by ads. And if we're in the middle of a game, explaining something, figuring out the ghost, you don't get to see that, which sucks. So this is the best way for us to do it. Or the best for all the worlds, I guess. All right. I have what? I have dots and UV, I believe. Pre-rolls are the worst. But some people don't want to bother with it, and I don't blame them. They don't want to have to worry about running them, stopping, all that stuff. Oh my God. All right. Well, it's still around that area, that's for sure. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm playing Nightmare. Let's get a firelight and a motion sensor. Let's go ahead and knock those out too while we're here. I thought I saw dots. I'm almost convinced that I saw them. Miss Mana, thank you for the prime. Came for the drop. Stay for the quant. Oh, thank you, friend. All right. Let's place you there. Let's place you. That was in the bathroom. But you turned this light on and you turned that light on. Okay, there we go. Not freezing, but damn close. Going for a trip? Not so much. Okay, there's our firelight. There's our motion sensor. There's the dot again. What are you hiding from me, you stingy little bastard? I like the update. The event is awesome. I would love to see more of these. I just don't know how often we're going to see them. All right, Banshee Obambo Phantom. So it's still in that room, which is good. Okay, so I could, those dots are showing up real fast, but I could try to do, I mean, I could see, we could try Stalker. I could go across the map and see what happens. All right, let's take another motion sensor. I'm going to take a crucifix and we're going to take a parabolic. Let's take that over there. Yeah. Oh, we try to avoid mentioning age, friend. We try to do our best to avoid that because someone's going to disclose information they probably shouldn't. Wonder where cosmetics lie in the future? Great question. Could test for a scream. That's kind of what I'm doing. Because I could do that from over here. Now, if it wanders all the way over here, then we know we have a stalker for sure. Right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a smudge. I'm going to get that EMF. I'm not going to worry about photos just yet. Not yet. But we'll see. Hey, what's up, Red? Thank you for the biddies. So this will give us a lot of information if Ghosty does wander over here. So I'm fairly certain we have a Banshee. Give me the Banshee screen. Do it. Give me the Banshee screen. You know you want to. What's going on, Flash? Word on the street is you were in the Grand Canyon? I was. I was 2,000 feet down in the Grand Canyon. Give me the Banshee scream. Do it. I don't sit here with a parabolic very often. I'm hearing a lot of random cracks that I don't hear normally. Phantoms leave an EMF. No, not when they teleport. They leave an EMF when they stalk you. This definitely feels like a stalking ghost, which would make it a phantom or a banshee. And because it did not leave an EMF at my feet, that makes me think this is a banshee. Like a dat. All right, we need 3 photos. That'll do her. Oh, it turned the dollhouse on. All right, let's get a photo camera. Let's get the... I like to get the objectives. Objectives in Ghosty are always my concerns. Always my concerns. Hey, Truthful, thank you for the 11 months. Thank you for the 26. Hello. All right, let me do this real quick. Lovely Lily, how are you? Good to see you. Is that a new Scream? Oh, no, it's been around for a bit. But if you haven't heard the Banshee Scream in a long time, there is, I believe, roughly 20 Banshee Screams. I think. There's like 20. I'll bring a backup smudge. I'll bring a sound recorder for funsies. Maybe when we get more than we think. All right, the dots is going to be a problem. Because it's like showing up and disappearing so fast. But we can sure as hell try. All right. Come on, you little bastard. You know, I haven't had the doll move yet either. Out of all the Tanglewood maps that I've done, all the Tanglewood runs, still have yet to see that thing move. Gotcha. All right, now do an event. Or lift an object that I can take a picture of for another one. Go ahead. Do it. Do it. Okay, no, you have to levitate it. I can't take a photo of that. I guess I could get salt. We could do UV. Ugh. Disgusting. Oh, wait. Norm! I'm so sorry, friend. Oh, missing out on all the fun. Here, buddy, I'm sorry. There you go. That's my bad. Norm, are you feeling weathered? No? F it. All right, let's go find this stuff. Okay. Turning on a lot of lights. There's the music box. Get a picture of that. Let's go get the bone, which I believe was over here. Yep. Boner jam. Oh, you can pick him up and he also talks. Yeah, he also makes noise. You've yet to get him to talk. My best advice for doing that is to remove as much stuff as you possibly can. Hi. Oh, wrong one. All right. Got all those unique. New York. I don't know my sanity. My sanity's probably absolutely destroyed at this point, though. Let's see. Go there. Go there. With her arms reached out. Yeah, she wants uppies. I'm not having that shit. Do they always hunt when you use the music box? Not necessarily. If your sanity doesn't get low enough and the music box does not break, or the ghost does not event to it, like walk on it, it could not hunt. You don't sound next to me anymore. Okay, you are. Okay, good. Hey! Hey, let's go. Got your badge. Let's go. Where'd Norm go? Oh, Norm. Can I get this? Nope. No, see, doesn't work. Doesn't work. Really unfortunate. Really unfortunate. Just resting his eyes. Where you going? Hey, what's up, Logan? Hyper! Look, Dad, I'm all grown up. Thank you for the 32 months, tier 3. Oh my God. Okay, you little shit. Set this motion sensor off so I can smudge you. Norm's going for a ride. Oh God. He's gonna hunt on top of me now. There we go. Buy ourselves some time. All right, that should do her. Hey, how are you? I think it saved. Did it save? Yeah, there we go. Where are you going? Oh God. I've already got that. No, we don't need that. I need firelight blowout. Come on. Tuesday morning, what are you doing? Just hanging out? Do you get drops faster if you watch 2 streamers at once? No. I don't even know if I care about Perfect enough. I started to and I'm like, do I care enough? Not really. I got objectives. I got Ghosty. Little bastard. We're Gucci. We're Gucci. There's certain things that are going to be a little bit of a pain, especially when you can't capture certain stuff. And then when you do the higher difficulties, it makes it even harder, but that's okay. Ghosty and objectives. Because again, we're still trying to find the new ghost. So the more games that we can play, the higher the chances of getting the new ghost. So let's get out of here. Balm chain. I appreciate it, Mark. Thank you, friend. Hey, what's up, Steer?
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Thank you for the follows, guys. Hyper, how the hell are you? Ooh, yeah. Yeah, we'll do that now. Yeah, we'll do that now. You've had multiple Cormos, but not Noswang yet? I gotcha. All right. What's it gonna be? Goofy, you'd have to check your notifications, dude. I don't know. You got me? You got me? All right. Let's give away a Steam game. Hey, what's up, Alice? I'm good. Oh, the time away with the wife was amazing. It was a blast, man. We had such a great time. Okay, let me do this. Let me open this. We'll kind of do a 2-for-1 here. Gotten all the new ghosts. Nice. I have not. Alcy, hello. Haven't played since the player character update. I'm sad, but I'm also worried about the features. As long as it's not actually breaking the game, I'm okay with a little stuff here or there. I know that they're working hard to try to fix a lot of the stuff, though. So we'll see how it goes. Exclamation point goo in the chat. Why? I don't know. Because to enter to win a free Steam game. I'm going to give you guys 60 seconds to do that. And while you guys are doing that, I'm actually going to get the game or pull the key up for the game for you guys. All right, let's do this one. All right, I'll pull that up. I'll pull that up. If you don't have Steam and you enter and you win, I'll give you the code anyway, and you are more than happy to do whatever you want. Give it to whoever it is that you want to give it to. It's yours. It's yours once you win it. So totally up to you, friends. Hey, I unlocked that emu emote. Let's go. All right, 10 seconds. Man, I wish the lobby ambient noise was lower. Holy hell. Holy hell. It's really loud. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. It's only 9 o'clock. Holy hell, it feels later. Hey, what's up, Mighty? How are you? This tool I use has not been updated, and they don't plan on updating it ever again, but I still love using it. LTF! GG's! G's, friend. All right, I'm going to send you a whisper real fast, friendo, with the information. All right, so you're gonna get Rogue Waters. It's a $30 game. So we'll do that. Give you the Steam code for it. There you go. Done. Sent. Groovy. All right, we're back. We are back. Do you guys want to vote on what maps we go to? What is my ID badge? This is the one that you get whenever basically when the event happened and we got the character customization stuff, we got this immediately. Yeah. Because I mean, really, we're just going map to map and like whichever. It doesn't really matter to me. We're just still trying to get the new Ghosty. That's kind of like one of our main goals. Yeah. When you complete the event? Was this for completing the event? Was it? I thought I got it before the event even started. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. It probably said the description inside of here. Unlocked by participating in the Phasmophobia Alan Wake event. I don't know if it was for completing it. Yeah, this was for when it started. That was not for completion. Yeah. I guess I really don't have to use that anymore, do I? I could probably go back to what I liked using. Yeah, just for joining. Yeah. It was the start of the event. Okay, thank you. I thought that was right. Honey Buns, thank you for the Prime. Spike, thank you so much for the 13. And Shauna, thank you for the 26. Hello, friend. Oh, community goal. Great question. Let me fix my badge. And then after I fix my badge, then I'll be ready to go. I like using this one. And then I'll let you guys vote on where we go next. Okay, it's not going up very fast. 97.81. When this completes, I imagine we're going to get another paper, though, on the desk. So, okay. Cool. Galaxy one's cool. Yeah, it's funny. Half the time I don't use it, I think, because people are like asking all the time, how do you get it? How do you get it? And you can't get it anymore. So I try to use the ones normally that you can unlock. Yeah. All right. Let's do this. I'll let you guys decide what maps we go to for each one, and then we'll do the Ghosty and we'll get the objectives done for it, and we'll hopefully get a Kormos. That's really our goal. But yeah, your vote is going to count once when we do this, friends. Just a heads up. All right, where did my voting go? There it is. All right, I found it. All right, friends. There you go. 1 through 14. You type in chat where you want to go. Only counts once, and it's only on the Twitch side. Yeah. 1 through 14. The choice is yours. We'll do like 60 seconds, and then we'll go from there. Every time I change my badge, I put on the snobby voice and go, my badge. Hey, Rage, thank you for the Prime. Thank you so much. Bull Shark, thank you guys. Appreciate you. Many big thanks for starting the stream so early in the game. Of course. But of course. Oh, man. Yesterday sucked because we were supposed to fly out early and get back home by like 5 o'clock. Like 6 o'clock, and then the first got delayed, and then the second, the connector got delayed, so inevitably got home at like 12:30 at night. So, and then immediately unpacked, put our stuff in the washer because it smelled like fire, and then And here we are. Got up at like 6. She's off at school. Yeah. All right, another couple seconds and then we'll go. When was this drop announced? When was the first announcement of this drop? It was not very long ago. Old school. Yeah, the delays can really suck. I mean, it wasn't the end of the world. God forbid. It could have been so much worse. And we've been through worse. But yeah, still never fun. Hey, La Pansy, what's up? How are you? Hey, Calsa, thank you so much for the 5 subs, friend. See, the reason we do not use random is because that was everyone's failsafe. Everybody always chose random. That's why I don't use it anymore. Every single time, it was just random. Like, what the hell's the point in doing the vote? No, you choose, damn it. And y'all chose Nels. Let's do it. I'm down. Like the ambient noise in the lobby, just kick it down a couple notches. Like, it's just a bit too loud. You know? Just a smidge. Just a smidge. Courtney, I'm doing well, friend. How are you? Can you still get that badge? No, you cannot. No, this was for watching the Galaxy Showcase. The Easter egg noise on Nels' game breaking. You don't do that until you're about to end that map. You do not do that Easter egg until you're finished. Or you hate your friends and you want them to deal with it. There's also that too. Yeah. Ooh, I am level 555. Hey, Ms. V. I wish you could do my Apocalypse 3 for me. I do not do Apocalypse 3 very often. The Oh Dear Diner. All right, let's go. Let's go. We might even switch it up and do some no evidence and stuff soon too. Really, like, I've almost been avoiding it because I want to get the new ghost first. I want to get Cormos and be able to experience that ghosty first. That's why I was doing a lot of pro runs, because then we know for sure, like, I know, maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I need to go back and switch back to doing pro until we get it. Wish there was some more space themed items. There might be some in the future. We never know. Mr. Nobody, think of the 4 months, man. We thought we had the Cormos, all evidence, then Pulte bombed. Yeah, but you got a Pulte bomb, which is pretty cool. I mean, that's definitely better than nothing. Thank you for the follows. Guys, if you're not in my server, I always post updates in there about when I'm going to be live, when I'm not going to be live. If there's schedule changes, if you're looking for other people to play with Phasmo, you can post Phasmo content in there, all kinds of stuff. There's helpful guides in there, all the things, all the socials are there. Everything is in chat. Yeah. All right, let's go. This, I might use this and get rid of those guys. I don't care about the event points as much. It's more or less having to deal with the noise. So this is going to be the first thing that we do. We're going to go around and we're going to get rid of these bastards. Let's do it. It's not like a vacuum cleaner. I was a little confused. Oh, there's one in the back of the car. Have you gotten all the secrets in the Alan Wake event? I have. Yeah, we did all the things on day 1. Khazardoon, thank you for the 32. What's up, Neo? Sounds like the thrift store in your local town. Now, see, what I do like, though. Hi, Alan. What I do like is this sound. Like this right here. It makes it feel like you're playing like a story mode. I like that. Ooh, hello. Hey, what are you doing over here? No games. Damn. Hi. Anybody? No. Go. Now, just because it evented over there does not mean that it's over there. It could be, but the map's not very big, so it could literally be everywhere. you're over here though, for sure, because you turned that light switch on. All right, we got a lot of them. Let's check our temps over here. It's not a mayor. But you are over here? Oh yeah. Okay, never mind. It is over here. Interesting. Interdastings. Okay. Well, don't need you right now. Let me out. You noticed you're standing on your watch. I have. Yeah. How's the game so bright? Just wondering. I turned up the brightness in game. Yep. I've done nothing special outside of turning up the brightness that I have in game. Shh, don't wake Alan. That's it. I don't use any filters or anything like that on OBS usually because I know that console players can't do that. So I don't want you guys to see something different than what I see. And a banana, welcome in. What's up, Melting? How are you? Camera's still a little shaky. If you guys run into anything, by the way, any bugs, anything weird, features that seem strange, report, 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 report. Best thing you can do, report. What do? Report. All right, let's do some floor dots. I think floor dots are going to be our friend here. Let's go get more stuff. Got trapped in Grafton's attic for 5 minutes. Decided I need a lightness filter on after that. Oh, because of how dark it was. Sounds of the vent are terrifying. Oh, I do love like the ambient like musical tone in the background. I do enjoy that. All right, I'm gonna actually, because I'm on Nightmare, I can't see my sanity. I don't know what it is, but I want to track out where this ghost is. I understand why they're making the game darker, but I guess that's why you turn. Well, again, feedback. Tell them, hey, this game is too dark. It's too dark. I don't like it. Fix it. All right. Is it even still here? You son of a bitch. My favorite thing about the Mimic is how unpredictable it is. That's why I like it so much. Game too bright, make darker. Just turn your monitor off. I hope that helps. It sounds like a little bit of a skill issue. Son of a bitch. No, go the other way. Yeah, right there. Perfect. Hey, excuse me. Turn your monitor off, but it's still too bright. Help. Just lie down, face down. I hope that helps. Had a ton of luck with the new Ghost when they first released. I had the Chromos, then a few later had the Aswang. Ah, you bastard. You bastard. Would you knock it off? It's gonna hunt me now. This little piece of shit. I wanted the steak. Oh, that really, really old steak. Like the Alan Wake event. It's just too bad that it came on the heels of the all-new. I know. I know. I know. I'm glad it didn't get completely overshadowed by that. Thank God. Where can we find Josie's photo in Bleasdale? If you go into the tea room, so you enter the front door of the house, you make a left, look into the tea room. On the right-hand wall, you've got that last... I have not. If you check the last set of doggy plate, or the last set of pet plates on the right, look at them. I believe Josie is the right. She's the fourth column over. Second, is she third down or second? I don't even remember now. We'll go to Bleasdale and we'll check it out in a little bit. But yeah, she's the miniature golden doodle. Give me this. Give me this. At this point, you're probably going to try to murder my face off. It might be in my best interest to actually go in there with a smudge. Yes, son of a bitch. Pretty sure it's second down. I think it is too, but I couldn't remember if she was second or third. Left section, fourth column. Second row. Thank you. Yeah, second. There you go. You want to touch something? Give me some UV? Or do you want to do another translucent event because you suck and we hate you? Make a panini? Lighter? Nah, who needs them? They're overrated. I'm just testing to make sure you guys are paying attention. Gotta go work sadly. Still 30 minutes from getting the badge. Do all the people doing that? So you have until, like, if you look at this, you have until the 26th to get it. So if you have 30 minutes left, you have until the 26th to watch for 30 more minutes. But if you're trying to get the animated badge, you need to make sure that you're watching a kinetic partner for that. What do you think about them adding hiding into high school? Well, there is hiding into high school. But you mean adding more? I just want them to get rid of the map. I would prefer that. Oh, did I just yeet all my items? That must have been what I did. Okay. Got this, got this. Give me a backup smudge. Yeah, Banana, they're happening right now. I'm a kinetic partner, yeah. Let's ride. All right, now writing. Finally. Where are you? Why do you hate butter? Where are you? Are you near? I don't think so. Hasn't done anything for me to check for UV, so we might have to go get some salt. Yeah. The badge showed up in the customization of the game before it was available to get. Correct. I don't know if that was intended or not, but it definitely did. Yep. Did we get both from watching? Correct. You get the animated and the static from watching me, yeah. Give me you. Check the camera real quick. Yeah, I have writing, but I don't have anything else. I haven't gotten the second piece of evidence yet. We just have the one. So, waiting for it to stop being stingies. I recorded something, probably the motion sensor. Actually, wait, what ghosties are left? Okay. I mean, it seemed like it evented on us with the ghost in the room, so I'd say probably not a shade. It also threw the butter with us in the room, so I'd say almost definitely not a shade. Almost a guarantee. Icy, thank you for the prime. Ian, thank you for the 10 months. Thank you guys so much. What are the chances of a mimicking an Onryo and you get all the evidence on Onryo except for the UV? 3 evidence, by the way. I mean, you'd have to do some calculations. No, I'm not seeing orbs either. No, I'm not seeing dots. I'm not seeing freezing. EMF could be possible, like an EMF 5 maybe. And maybe it's just taking a while. But let's go check for UV. Let's see. High school's absolutely the least played map, closely followed by Point Hope. It has to be. No questions asked. Okay. So you're doing stuff. Hey, no hot pockets. Oh, really? We're gonna step in it and not actually walk? UV. You about to fart on me? You sick bastard. Demon Myling, Obombo, or Polty? It's a lot of goo. I don't remember if I turned on that light whenever I did my first walkthrough of this map. Hi, Aldi. I want a hot pocket. I'll make you a hot pocket. I probably missed some from the other event stuff. All right. Now, if you're poultry, that'd be great. But I feel like you're not. See you, Key. Have a good one. What's up, Tiger? You want pizza? No. I offer you this really old steak. With mayo. There you go. Hey. Jerk. That's how you get a good sear on it. You just cover it in mayo. All right. Let's put some shit together. It's not throwing very much. Now you want Hot Pockets? Man, I haven't had one of those in a long time. I don't think it's safe to throw mayo in the bottle on the hot grill like that. You know, pish posh. They try to tell you to do all that crap all the time. I could pinch the ghost with these. There we go. Giles, I'm thinking of the biddies. Thank you guys for the follows. Welcome in. Here, we'll just put all this together for no reason because it's going to be a Myling or something stupid. Now, if you did it, oh, come on, Polty the eggs. Oh, I've never seen that. You know how great that would be? If all the eggs just went, oh, and exploded. Oh. You should be able to clap the tongs. That would be kind of funny. You know you want to. Just, please. I'm going to make this thing hunt. It's going to be like the Obombo. Hey, Axis. Good to see you. It's not throwing very much. Leave me alone. No. Back off. Throw your eggs. Hey, Kristen. Thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. It's throwing hands. Me too. Look. No, Mr. Sprinkle for you. All right, you suck. It's not going to do it. And that's okay. All right. Let's get the crucifixes out of there. And then I need to go find out what the cursed possession is so we can make it hunt. Because it's being a butthole. All right. Turn that on. Goo. What is wrong with you? Damn it. What? Okay. I was about to say, that was me picking them up, by the way. Yeah, let's turn these off. At least, yeah, we'll leave this on. That's fine. No cards for you. But I want to play. All right. Hi, welcome. Hi. I could get rid of you. Do I want to get rid of you? No, he's friend. He's friend shaped. He'll be okay. All right. Give us a good card. That's a hermit. That means it's trapped for 60 seconds. Okay, hermit card. This is fun. How do you do the challenge mode without any filters? It's way too dark without the firelight. I didn't use any filters. Hermit number 4. Oh, and then a tower card. Well, f me. Oh. Cool. My sanity's as high as it can be. And oh my god, it was a full card. God, the cards suck now. Oh, cool. Another full card. That was fun. Did you guys enjoy that as much as I did? How about you? Did you enjoy it? Now I have to go sit in the ghost room and drain my sanity. Real cute. Real cute. About to guess and go with this bastard. Getting the hangman almost every time. Not me. Here. We'll turn that off. There we go. So you come here often? I could get a parabolic. Maybe if it's a miling, it'll give us the parabolic more often. Can I play Point Hope next? I mean, do you hate me that much? What is this? Is an O-bomb. Wait, what? Will the crucifix save you from the hangman? No. Nope. If you get the hangman, that's just, it's curtains. There's nothing you can do. Oh, that sucks. It doesn't matter how fast you are because of what they did with this. Now you can't remove the extra sounds. Now you're stuck with them. Thanks for ruining one of my joys. Thanks a lot. Jocelyn, thank you for the biddies. Do the journal and then back to the para. It gets rid of it. What? You're a gem. Thank you, Shane. If you're still trying to do the whole remove all the sounds that are currently there thing, now, instead of cycling through your equipment, you just go into the journal and then back out. Thanks, Rogue. But thank you, Shane. I had no idea that was a thing. This ghost is not talking to us at all. It's not throwing enough. As of right now, this is an Obambo to me. And I'm about to treat it as such. Cold KC. Interesting. Need to make that a feature and add a button on the mic. Oh, to like remove all the extra sound. That'd be nice. Oh, this sucks. Okay. We are going Obambo and leaving. I'm too tired. I can't. The only way I can make it hunt is by draining my sanity because we pulled the tarot cards that everybody wanted. So we got the sun card and we were screwed. I'm not even going to worry. No, we're leaving. Absolutely not. We'll see if it's no Bambo. I would love for them to add a friends list and a spectate. Oh, spectate would be so cool. I would love if they added.
Welcome back. Like prepared to
This ghost did not talk in the paramic a single time. I would like you to know. So is that also broken? Or is it just by chance? I would love a replay. Like, I know it's never going to happen, but I would love the ability to go back and watch a replay of a match or like an investigation and to see it from different perspectives or to be able to do third person view, things like that. That would be awesome. I don't think that's something they would ever do, but it would just be really cool. Imagine the footage we could get. All right. I'll choose this one and then you guys can choose the next one. Oh, pro. Oh, you're right. Yeah. It's also not a bad idea because if you're getting some ghosties that are acting a little bit silly, playing on pro, you get all your evidence. You don't want to have to rely on that, but it does work. Yeah, the replay. Yeah. If they made a spectator mode, I reckon a replay wouldn't be too far off. Right. I would agree. Okay. Thank you, Rogue. Let's go to Edgefield. Parabolic in general has been taken forever for a sound. Yeah, but the miling should be giving off more than that, man. Or be able to watch the videos also. Yeah, that's something that we've been talking about for a while. I just, the whole gathering media thing, I immediately had criticism when it was like, well, it's going to be a film strip instead of actually being an actual video clip. And I understand that it's going to take work and it's going to take resources to be able to have all that, but it just doesn't make sense. If we're trying to be as real as possible, like the realism, it doesn't make sense to have this video camera printing off a reel for me to put inside of the book. That doesn't make any sense. But that's just little things. The ability to watch the video clips you capture would be amazing. That would be such a great addition. How long is this Ain't You Dono going on? Oh, the entire month of May. Yeah, so it's the 19th, the rest of May. Yep. Lots of time. Okay. Let's go. Kenneth Barber. Well, Kenneth, you can't be a Banshee. You can't be a Diane. 25% motion sensor and a rappel. Let's go find out where our ghostie is and figure out what it is. Hopefully it's a new one. We can sure hope so. Did it just... Where did you teleport that ball from? Hey, power's up here. Let's go. Interesting. Cal, thank you for the 15 months. Thank you for the resub, friend. Spicy. Uh-huh. No, I assumed that it was inside of the nursery, and it is. What's up, money? All right, let's get our equipment up there as fast as we can. So we'll get the camera, the book, all that. Give me this. Okay. I got the badge from the stream, but it's not showing up in the game yet. Are you sure that you have synced up everything you need to sync up? Have you claimed it? Oh, Warpies. Nice. Got to make sure you claim it. Would you shut up? Okay. It is, yeah, it did make a, it made a Duke in the sink. It sure did. You can't even record a ghost hunt in the truck because it also freezes the CCTV screen. Damn. I really don't have to worry about it that much on solo, but that does suck. All right, let's get spirit box, UV, and some salt. Been dying for the drop, trying to figure out the drop dates. Yeah, I know it wasn't announced until really late. Let's save one, just in case. Footsies. Well, hey, how are you? Oh, no. He has no pants on. Oh, hey, monkey ball. We got a few things we can take a photo of. All right. We have UV, we have orbs. I need to check for spirit box, and we need to check for freezing. Where are you?
Hold it here.
It's a mimic. Well, isn't that just adorable? That's what we have, which looks amazing. Wait. I'm not a Nightmare, I'm unprofessional. Oh, wait. If I don't have freezing, we have the Cormos. I totally forgot. I was in nightmare mode. I forgot that we switched to pro so we could check for the ghosts. Oh, this might be it. Okay. We need... Okay, we're at 89. We need to track the ghost. We got to track it. You just got to mimic. Okay. Put that there. Put that there. Put that there. Do a little tracking. Okay, there we go. Hey, what's up, Alfred? Just had incense and I swung about a minute after it triggered my level 3 crucifix for the bonus. Oh my god. This might be friend. This might be friend shaped. It is absolutely possible. Now, what's dangerous about this is getting the ghost on this map. The smaller map. All right. Shh, chill, relax. I need to go get the medius. That's what we need to do. We need to get the medius. Mimicking a Cormos. It could be. It's gonna be a little sad. I'm gonna be a little sad if I get freezing temps, then that means we do have a mimic, and then I'm sad. And then my heart hurts, and then I go yell at somebody. Give me those two. We've already got that in there. I could bring a backup smudge. Orbs, ultraviolet. I mean, let's bring an extra salt. Be positive. Yeah, let's be glass half full about the ghosty. I like it. I dig. All right. Save you as well. I assume I didn't. Oh, hey, how are you? All right, got that. We got monkey paw. That should have worked, which it did. Let's check and see if we have any winter taps. Any winter taps? No? All right, well, I can take a picture of the poopy. All right, let's just lay down some more salt then. I don't need a photo of the ghost, do I? 25 and repel. Okay. There we go. We did just turn off. Yeah, you better turn back on. You better. All right. Woody, dirty, EMF, monkey paw. I could go find the bone. That's probably the move. Probably the way to go. Let's get a smudge on us just in case. Just to be at the ready. Then we'll go from there. Adriel, thank you for the 11 months. You think the bone was in the kitchen? I never walked in the kitchen. Did I? Wait, did I? Oh, did I? When did I walk in the kitchen? Oh, I guess I walked over here and then I went that way, didn't I? Yeah, damn. Good freaking eye. How the hell did y'all spot that? Saw it in passing. Y'all are nuts. Thank you. Is it true the Mimic always has 100% has orbs? Correct, because the orbs for the Mimic are not actual evidence, so they have them all the time. All right, photos are good. We need 3 videos and 3 sounds. All right, let's try to get some sounds here. Where are you? Where are you?
Right here.
No, I'm right here. I'm such a silly goof. Hey, would you please relax? Stop it. That was me.
Right here in the...
Hi, Frank. Well, he's frustrated. So frustrated. All right, we can get the sound of that. We'll take it. I mean, listen, it could still technically be a Mimic, but, you know, we're going to go for perfect. He's hopefully not in this room. All right, firelight blowout, go. Where are you? Oh, you son of a bitch. Okay, now I think he was. I think that was in the bathroom. Now I think he was. I don't want to look at the temps yet. No, I want to get this first. And then be disappointed after I've done all the work. What's up, Xavier? No, we do this first, and then we get disappointed. Wank. Thank you for the 30 months, man. Thank you all for the follows, by the way, friends. Welcome in. Ghosty. You're not walking around here anymore either, are you? You moving on me? Oh my God, it was so fast. That's so stupid. How do you feel about the new ghosts? Well, the Oswong is pretty cool. I'm not exactly sure like what the most reliable way to do testing is for it with no evidence. It would be awesome if there was a safe way to... Hold, please. Hi, I'm not going to record the video right now. We're just worried about audio. I just need you to record, please. Hey, thank you. Holy night, why does it take so long? All right. Sounds are done. He is naked. He do be naked, though. I can get salt, get motion sensor. Bulldog, thank you for the 6 months. Rarsers, thank you for the biddies. Relentless, thank you for the biddies. Tio, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you guys. There we go. And then we'll lay down some salt. Oh, there's a quick way to get through that. Just throw that beach to the ground. Go ahead, walk. Walk over here. Didn't you already have motion sensor? Oh shit, did I? Wait, what do I have? Translucent orbs of motion. No, I did not, actually. So no, we're actually good. What up, Dave? Are you gonna walk back through or not? Hello? You're just done? That's it? No more going in and out of there? All right, here you come. Dude. Okay, no more in that one. What? God, give it to me. Oh. It's a bug. Great. As I say, that is a full thing of salt. You are the hookerest hooker that ever could hooker. Oh. Whatever. It's fine. All right, blow out the firelight, you jerk. If you pick up the one on the floor that's empty, it's magically be full again. Yeah, there we go. All right. Got all the things. Okay. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Okay, let's go outside for a second. Breathe. Just breathe, man. All right. We have ads coming again. And I don't want you guys to get hit with them in the midst of us trying to possibly have new ghosty. This could be a mimic and it could be an absolute troll. But if it's not, then we have the new ghost, the Cormos, that I have not had a chance to get yet. I'm going to run the 3 minutes of ads right now. As soon as they are done, we will go back inside, okay? We're going to run them from here so you miss nothing. If you don't have turbo, if you don't have sub, don't worry. I wait. The temp check is going to be the moment of truth. That's going to be our time. Yeah. Commercial breaks are a good thing. It gives you a chance to rest. It gives you guys a chance to go potty, get a drink, whatever it is you need to do. Yeah. Mimic just toying with your emotions. It is. This is factual. Yes. Unless it's, hopefully it's not, I mean. Hopefully not. Sunflower, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you so much. I go for the hype train. I hate ads, I know. We all do, but it's just inevitable with the platform, man. It's just the way it's going to be. So now that all the ghosts are out, which one is the hardest on a no evidence run? Probably a little situational there, because it depends on things like what is the hardest ghost on a no evidence run when you don't have power, right? Like that's probably going to be a Jinn. But one of the hardest ghosts to get on a no evidence run, you have to think about what ghosts give you the least amount of information. Using the ad break as a break from writing my finals paper. Ooh, let's go. How much longer? For a bit, Jess. Yeah, for a while. For a while. How can you identify the Aswang on no evidence? My assumption would be, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, the line of sight is how you can identify the Aswang outside of trying to do the whole official hiding spot thing. Let's pretend you don't have an official hiding spot. The Aswang, I believe, should take is it twice as long for line of sight speed up, or is it twice as or is it faster? Twice as fast. Okay. So the line of sight speed should be faster for the Aswang than the other ghost. That would be the way to identify. Well, one of the ways. I don't know if there's more or not. 17 seconds versus 27. Jess, the time away was great. Yeah, the time away was amazing. It was so great. We had moments where it was not very relaxing and we were pushing ourselves, but then we had other moments where it was relaxing and we got to chill and eat s'mores by fires and all the jazz. Mimic and the Cormos had a deal, and the Mimic got the colder end of the deal. Hilarious. How late is it for my plate? Not late at all. It's not even 10 in the morning. Oh, not even 10. Ads are almost done, guys. We have like 15 seconds. They're almost finished. Can the Mimic change to the same ghost? I think so. I think so. I don't know if it can do it back to back. When it changes ghosts, when it's like, let's pretend it's a Mimic mimicking a mare. I don't know if it can mimic a mare and then also mimic a mare again with the switch. Because I know what you're asking. I'm not 100%. I don't think so, though. So, yeah. Hey, Devil. What's up, Demon? All right. We're back. We are back. You ever played Phas? No, so I've never played with her. She has played on stream before, though. She has played Phas a couple of times. We got to watch her get scared of her breath, which was really funny. Okay. So, We have evidence. We don't know if it's a mimic yet. We have all of our media. Okay. All of it. We need to repel it while it's chasing in 25%. But the number one thing we need to do is we need to go upstairs and double check to see if we have freezing, which we really don't want. Oh, whoever gifted, thank you for the merch. If you guys do !enter, you could win an oh, hey, how are you shirt. Ooh, spicy. Okay. Hey. Okay, that's good. Okay. Okay, that's good. Take it, run. Now here's a question. Where the hell do I go? Here's another question. Can it sense your electronics? I would assume it can. Yes. Okay. I would assume so. Yep. Be cool, man. Be cool. Okay. I have more questions. I have more questions. So this is the ghost that when I was asked, like, by people that would come in here, not by Kinetic, people that would come in here and ask me what kind of ghost I would want. This is the ghost I would describe. So I imagine, I don't know, I'd have to look at the cheat sheet to see the information about the Cormos, which we can do. Godly Juju, thank you for the subs, dude. Is it your new favorite? That's so hard to say. I need more information. What if you pivot, can it hear you? Right. Well, like, I assume if I'm doing this, it can't hear me because I'm not making noise. Like this. But if I do this, then it knows. Oh, bitch. Cormos is a hot mess. I've heard about it killing people through the floors. Zero. Don't say this to me. I'm trying to stay away from being under it. And walls? Shit. Okay. Good to know. Thank you. What about the journal? Ooh, great question. Let's try. Did it get faster when it heard me and then ignored me? What? Oh, disgusting. I can hear that through the floor. Because you stopped, but it didn't. But if they have, okay, I'm confused. But if they have amazing hearing, it should know to come look in this room because that's where it heard the noise. But it didn't. First time we got the Chromos, walked in the room, we all froze and turned away. It turned away. I know it can't see, but it can hear. The issue is, it was over there. I made noise here. It got faster, and then it just went yoink. It should have heard you there and came to your starting location. Yeah, that was weird. Poor memory. It had short-term memory loss around in the corner. Where did I hear that again? I think I saw it. Maybe the pathing stopped the moment you didn't move anymore. That would... I feel like it should come to my last location, like they were saying. That makes sense to me. We'll try again. Do I need to scream at it? Is there something new we're discovering here? It could be an issue with the room that I'm in. Maybe the problem is this room, there's something wrong. But if I go into and I do it in the kitchen, that it would work. Maybe. It's hard to say. Found out that it senses your electronics. I think it's supposed to sense your electronics. I could be wrong about that. Try turning off the flashlight. Okay. Yeah, I could try. It's the carpet. Oh, soft steps. Let's wait. He came right to me. He came right to me. Very interesting. I wonder if it is. Okay. So now we have an ongoing theory. The reason that he knew where I was is because I was walking on wood floor. Okay. So, okay. Let's give this a whirl. So if that's true, then I should be back there and be okay on my carpet with my little toesies. All right, let's get a couple more smudges just to be safe. Okay. It would be really funny if that's true. But, oh, it's going to be dangerous. Okay, hold on. I need a bigger space. Yeah, this will do. Yeah. Let's do it here. My son asked to watch you, so we had to put... No, you didn't have to. You got to. There's a difference. Oh, stuff and things? Stuff and things? Maxie, thank you for the dono to St. Jude. Thank you so much. Different floor types, different volumes? I don't know. It's going to take a little bit of testing. See, so it did detect me, repel while it's chasing, so it was chasing me when I smudged it. All right. Oh, that's dangerous. It's right above me. Fuck off. He had no problem there. Okay. He had zero problems there. Oh, you bitch. Okay. We're going to go back into this main. My guess right now is that it's a room issue. Because if it's working in the other, hey, how are you? If it's working in the other rooms and it's not working in here, I think it's a room issue. Did I just hear it a vent? I swear to God, I think I've heard it event multiple times upstairs when I'm not up there. No, it's not range. I mean, the ghost was right there and I'm right here. That's closer than I was over there. Throw the cross out. It's not using the cross. See, that's a stretch. That's like, well, make sure to take the yellow cup and stick it in the microwave. And oh, don't forget, by the way, to turn the lamp at a 45 degree. Like this does nothing to the ghost. When it's upstairs and this is down here, this is a paperweight. This is nothing. CG, thank you for the 12 months. Mark, thank you so much for the sub, man. It's having a party upstairs. I'm pretty sure I've heard events. Thank you, Nico. It's just a free huge high spot. I guess, man. I don't know. It's sort of like we're doing a little bit of testing at this point because we don't understand why when I walk in this room, it'll come after you. No, it will not. You lie. And what if it doesn't? Then what? What I kind of want to try is to purposefully walk around when it's like, when it's walking through there, just to, then we know. Okay. Test crouch walk versus stand walk. Ooh. Watch. I think I know what's going on. It thinks I'm upstairs. I think when I'm doing that, it is pathing to the room above me because it thinks I'm up there. So it's a boundary issue. That has to be what it is. Okay, well that explains that. Silly, very silly. But that explains that. All right, my sanity's not below 25. Did I? Oh, I could use the monkey paw. Bug report, yeah. Hey, look, there's a shadow. Hey, there's my face hole. All right. Is that what you originally thought? I wasn't sure. I didn't know. But it does make sense why it's like going upstairs and running away. Explains the events upstairs too? Yeah. So when it gets right there, I'm just gonna start walking. That time it knew. So you have to be further back. If there, yeah, there's some weird boundary happening where if it is not inside of this room and you walk, it thinks you're upstairs. But it was here when I started walking. So that's how it knew. All right, let's go change the weather and drop our sanity. Stop crapping in the sink. I wish for sunrise. Titty. Hey, Sunshine, welcome in. All right, I do have one more smudge. Do I test my walkie? Like, do I do a quick little walkie test? Maybe that's the next move or the last move we do. Cause I've done those just from like, cause I wanted to do the steps. What's the downside? Drains your sanity. Or it takes away some of your sanity, not all your sanity. Have these shoes, there we go. Mr. 420, thank you for being here, friend. Arrival new. Oh, congrats. Oh my God. So yeah, what I'll do is when it walks over down the hallway, I'll do a quick hit We'll see what happens. First 2 games you had when the update came out were back-to-back, Cormos. Ooh. Yeah, you can wish for any weather you like. You just can't wish for blood moon, sorry. You can't wish for a blood moon. Unfortunate. You can wish to change the blood moon to a different weather type, though. Maybe it knows where you are, but not in which floor. That's what we're thinking. All right, so I'm going to talk to it when it comes downstairs, okay? Hey! Oh, it knew! It knew! It knew! Run! It knew! Oh, it heard that. I don't know what the boundary is with that. There's something weird happening there. But it definitely comes charging whenever it hears you, or like when it hears your voice, if it hears you walking or any of that stuff. Yeah, he booked it right to me. Oh man. This is one I want to get over and over and over again to just try different things. We won't spend too much time here. But yeah, we got photos, videos, we got the sounds, we've got the bone, we've got the objectives. The new ghost. Freaking Cormos. Oh, I love it. That's great. That's going to be a really fun ghost to have with multiple people. That's going to be a fun one for sure. Hell yeah. Oh, I'm so glad we got it. I played it was like 3 days. It's like 3 days I did the event and I did not get a single new ghost.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Cormos. There it is. Very cool ghost. Once it hears you, is there a way to get away without a smudge? Fantastic question. I don't know. Why is you just yelling, hey, so funny? Oh, because the ghost is trying to murder me. And that's your second favorite ghost right now? It's a really great question. Is it possible the ghost can hear you walking, but you can still get away? So if you're walking standing up, it can hear, but if can you crouch walk and it doesn't know where you are? Let's look it up real quick. Maybe you could throw, oh man. Oh, well, you can't throw stuff very far, but that would be a really cool one. Yeah, because if you're still in range, you'd still be kind of screwed. Crouch walking depends on the radius. Yeah, let's pull them up real quick. Let's look at the cheat sheet. I'll pull it up on screen so you guys can see it. I know when we looked at the Aswang, I looked at it in the middle of the map, but this one I didn't. Okay. So here is the Cormos. Let's look at the information for it. So abilities, behaviors, and tells. It is completely blind and cannot see the player, which we experienced. Detection range during hunts is dependent on how the player is walking. Okay. 10 meters, player is moving while crouched. 15 meters, the player is walking normally. And if you're sprinting, it can pick you up from 13 meters away. If you're standing completely still and not making any sound through the microphone, the Cormos will not be able to detect you, although you can still die if it happens to randomly path into you. After detecting a player, it will move at the determined speed until it reaches the last known location of the player. So knowing distance is going to be really important on how far away it is, and like your ability to maybe almost trick it where you get it to come to you when it's over 10 meters away, but then you stop moving. Like you sprint at one point when you're 30 meters, when it's like over 30 or close to 30 meters away, but then you walk to get to a spot where it doesn't know where you are. It's going to be tricky for sure. Okay, that was the detection. Hold on. Behavior. Pseudo line of sight speed while traveling to the player's last detected location within 5 meters. Detection based on movement. Behavior will not do the ghost mist nor the chasing ghost event. The chasing where the ghost just walks at you, I assume. Right? I presume. Sprinting in the same room as the Cormos can cause it to hunt at 70% average sanity. Okay. Depending on the range, yes. Like if you sprint and it detects you when you crouch walk, it's possible to no longer be in range. Also, it will go to the pathing point of where it detected you. So if you can hide from that point to the next check, you might be able to get away. Oh, it's going to be tricky. What do you do when you have no sense of distance? You pray. You pray. Hi, Brody. Welcome in, Hanny. Okay. There's another one we just need to try to have fun with whenever we find it in game. Each ghost makes the mimic very dangerous. Yeah, it certainly does. For sure. Oh, please. No more sprinting in the ghost room? Yeah, but then, I mean, if you have a crucifix in there, the benefit of that is that it would alert you to a possible ghost early on. Like, ooh, it could be a demon, or it could be the Cormos, right? Why is there balloons? Because I'm raising money for St. Jude, and when every $1,000 we raise, I spin a wheel to choose what color balloon I pop, and whatever's inside of the balloon, I have to do. Athena, I'm not sure, but we will see, friend. I'm not sure how much longer. We will see. Oh, thank you, Luke. I appreciate it, man. All right. Now I'll let you guys choose. I might just, man, again, I want to play music, but I don't because the ambient noise is so loud. If anything, when I get to the lobby, what I could do is I could just do one of these guys. Just do a quick one of those. Turn it down to the volume it was at the beginning of the thing. Yeah, there we go. That'll do. All right, let's have you guys vote again. Let's do another vote. 1 through 14. Where do you want to go? You choose. 1 through 14. Your vote counts once, friends. Thank y'all for the follows. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hello, hello. I'm legally blind. I need round 2 here in a second. Oh man, we got home at like 12:30 and Josie was going nuts. She was going freaking ham. Golden, thank you for the 21 months, dude. And Ms. Banks, thank you for the prime. Thank you guys so much for the subs today. I will give you guys like 25 seconds. 25 seconds and then we'll go. Sunny for the visual. Well, let's see what's everybody voting. We're looking like we got some mean people. No, I think it might be prison. Just got the drop. Nice. I probably did as well. I just haven't checked my notifications. Ba, 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 ba. Your cat broke your coffee pot this morning, so it's a white monster. Oh my God. You're drinking a white monster in the morning? Holy hail. I'll have to double check mine. All right. Where are we going? To prison. All right. To prison we go. I'm so glad we got the new ghost though. Oh man. How much money do I have on Phasmo? 2.1 million. When does one drink White Monster if not in the morning? Okay. Watching the YouTube video for the past week nonstop. Really love the content. Glad I catch you live. Welcome in, Canra. Thank you so much. What about in real life? Not that. How do you have 2.1 mil? I just keep earning money. There's nothing to spend money on in the game. Yeah, I got Prestige 20. I'm level 500. I just been continually earning money. Got a tall boy monster, a ghost, and a Mountain Dew. I'm speed running a heart attack. Let's go, Taco Bell. Hell yeah. Didn't realize the Prestige. No, you're good. Yeah, I've been Prestige 20 for a while. Yeah. Hey, random. Do I stick on Pro? I can. Just for the funsies. The benefit of doing like Pro is You get all the evidence. You can see the sanity watch and all that jazz. I don't mind either way. How do stream drops work? Like, how do I get the rewards for my account? You need to go to the main menu of Faz. You need to link your Twitch to your game. Yeah, but if you do exclamation point drops, you can get all the information you need. Yeah. Why didn't you put a beard or a mustache on your game avatar? Because I can't. Yeah, we don't have the ability to customize facial hair and stuff yet. Yeah. Unfortunately. Hey, POC 3. Oh, please, let's spend 15 hours walking to the front door. Play pro but only get 2 evidence? I could do Nightmare and give myself the sanity monitor. I could do that. Glad you got to watch the stream today. Well, I'm glad you watched the stream today. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much, friend. Linz, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. Ace, thank you for the prime. 1 player model that has a beard and that's it. Right. Yeah, and I didn't want that one. Yeah. Hopefully the customization comes sooner rather than later. I don't know. Could always shave IRL? Absolutely not. My wife would kill me. No way in hell. Stay pro so you know if you can move on if you don't get a new. Well, I've already gotten the new ghost. So I just got the Cormos. So I did get the new one. So that part I don't mind. Yeah. Customization update was a disappointment. Oh, nobody disagrees. Everybody agrees. Can't trim IRL? Well, no, I keep it a little short, but shave it completely? No, she would hate it. She would hate it. No evidence, small map. Well, I got to do prison first because that's where everyone wanted me to go. Kitten kills. Hi, friend. How the hell are you? Let's do. You know what? Fine. Preset, pro, ghost, evidence, none. Let's do no evidence at prison. Let's do it. Turn the volume back up now that we're outside of the lobby. Babyface if you shaved RL? Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. I mean, you can see kind of close to it with my profile picture and all that stuff. Like I've kept my profile picture the same for years. Yeah. All right. We are going to do a no evidence run at prison because why the hell not? Helen Jones. Now, if I go through here and see orbs, that would just be the bee's knees. It's not going to happen. Oh, do you hear how quiet it is? It's eerie. Like I like the event maps. I like the musical ambience the ambiance that has been added to it. That is pretty cool. But like this kind of silence, it's cool. Your volume is down. Am I? Did we not see me turn it back up? Hello? All right. Ghost event. Escape. 25. Let's go. I didn't turn it to 11. Ah, that's the problem. All right, give me the parabolic, give me the flashlight, and give me... What do I want to do? We'll do a thermometer. Book? Now I want to try to find it. That's going to be the big problem. LJ, thank you for the sub, man. Great. I got cards. Thank God. I was worried for a second. Power? I could have checked from the main... I could have checked from the truck, but I totally didn't do that. We got to look for the ghost anyway. So, this is how we're going to do it. This is how. Gold Tiger, thank you for the dono to St. Jude. Thank you so freaking much, friend. Thank you. Oh. Trying to, okay. No, we don't want to remove it. Okay. I'm trying to cross it. Oh, okay. There we go. Thank you so much, friend. I appreciate you. All right. Well, let's go for a walk. This time you might get the hermit card with 6 tower cards. Oops, wrong place. Dr. Amanda, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome in. Hello. Power? Yeah, we're not that lucky. That's all right. What would be other good crossover events? Could you imagine a crossover with Silent Hill? I think I said Five Nights at Freddy's would be freaking amazing. Five Nights at Freddy's would be awesome. All right, we're crossing over from A block to B block. There's no point in draining our sanity and walking back through the prison when we can do it like this. I've played FNAF. I've played the first 2. Nice thing about this parabolic is I do not have to go upstairs to hear the ghost upstairs. A FNAF map would be so good. Wow, thank you for the gifted Deceivo. Son of a bitch. All right, we're going out here. And I did a FNAF crossover. My heart wouldn't be able to handle it. Oh man, it would just be such gold. Oh, the reason you think you're going deaf is because I have the parabolic on. So it's softening the blow. I'm doing this so we can try to listen for the ghost that has made 0 sound. Yeah. Judy, thank you for the $100 dono to St. Jude, friendo. I should probably have a switch on or 2 just in case Ghosty turns the power on by itself. Ah, that was ambient. It's a shade. We can get out of here. You son of a bitch. Is it here in the lobby? What's up, Zeno? Oh, it is literally here. It has made 0 sound. None. Until now. Phasmophobia, the nun movie. Oh my god, can you imagine like a Phasmo Granny crossover? Alright. Well, our ghosty is here in the front, but we don't have any evidence. So, time to start narrowing down some ghosties. Good old lobby. I mean, the benefit is that we don't have to walk all the way to like the B block upstairs or something. It's just here, which we can do tests for. Okay, I don't really need a video camera in there. That's not going to help us. Salt will be helpful. We want to get crucifixes in there. We're at 87 sanity, which is good. Oh, Fast Resident Evil will be super freaking sick. Yeah, a Fast Resident Evil crossover would be pretty awesome. All right, let's do for now. What I'm inevitably going to do is I'm probably going to test it by trying to get it to hunt, and then I'll sit in here so we can listen to it. So we'll put that there. We'll put this one here. All right, there's our breath. Good deal. We're going to lay down some salt. Hopefully it'll walk through these. Do you know if there's any plans to add cross saves? I'm pretty sure that they want to do cross progression. They just haven't had the opportunity to do it. Oh, that's the first time I've seen that. Watching earned you a drop. Tap the box to claim. Oh. Well, don't mind if I do. Oh, well, that looked cool. Oh, hey, I got my rewards. Well, that looked pretty sick. Nico, thank you for the $25 dono. Thank you so much. 3 a.m. for you? Well, go to bed. And good night. I don't really need this on right now, do I? Yeah, son of a bitch. Animation version isn't getting earned for me, but it is on my other Twitch. Oh, weird. I got both at the same time. Yeah, I just unlocked both of them. Thank you guys for the follows. Welcome in. Oh, of course, you're all the way over here. Shocker. You got them both at the same time, too. Yeah, I just got them. Oh, that was weird. I thought I heard something. Maybe not. All right. Back to Ghosty. Hey, Avocado, how are you? Ooh, salt. Okay, I thought it was hunting. I was like, excuse me? Any more talky talks here, my little friend? You finally walked. Okay, you've walked in both of those. And you've walked in that. So there we go. That crosses off a ghosty. Now, when I go to light the firelights, word on the street is that you need to make sure that you light those firelights in your hand before you don't light them on the ground to do a proper Onryo test. Or so they say. Your PC runs the game, but laggy. If they do, I'll definitely get it on Switch too. Oh, they're going to eventually for sure. Zulu, thank you for the Prime. They're going to. Just a matter of time. All right. You're not a Wraith. You are not... Wait, what's your name? Oh, Helen Jones. Okay. Well, you could still be a Banshee. Banshee's still on the table. Which one is it the Dian or the Galu that does the salt thing? It's the Galu, right? Okay. Let's see. Am I going to stream again tonight? I don't know. I don't know about that. We'll see. I'd say that the odds are probably no. Just because my wife and I have been away for a few couple days and we'll definitely want to hang out with the kiddos. I'd want to see a slasher movie collab. Oh man, like a Freddy Krueger one. That'd be super cool. Imagine that you get dragged into like a dream world state. Oh my God. Yeah. The balloons in the background are for the St. Jude. Yeah. Whenever every $1,000 we raise for St. Jude, I pop a balloon and I have to do whatever it says. All right, let's go get firelights now. Shall we? Would you ever let your kids play Phas? If they wanted to, yeah. My eldest might want to play, maybe. Ghostface would be pretty funny. Do I want to try with one? Yeah, let's do that. My sanity right now is 77, which is fine. Almost like the whole house looks like an old death room. Yeah, like the entire house looks completely different. There's a whole bunch of other, I don't know. Then Freddy's chasing you down now instead of like the normal ghost. Ooh, the ideas. What about Chucky? Chucky be a good one. All right, now we just need to follow this little bastard. Are you... Is this tier 4? I got the new translucent thermo. I didn't realize that came out yet. What the shit? All right. My guess what I did, I think I went to grab it and turn it on too fast. Oh, that didn't work. I'm like trying to make it happen now. Damn it. I don't know what I did. Isn't Flash supposed to be on vacation with... I was on vacation with my wife. We got back like 1 in the morning. Joke's on you. You're the ghost. No. All right, you're still here, but I don't... Okay, let's go get the other 2 motion sensors. It is a bigger room. Wait, this is your first time seeing invisible temps? Well, yeah. A Phas horror movie killer would be sick. Yeah. There's a lot of good possibilities. I don't know what their thoughts are. Like I would have never imagined the Alan Wake idea, which is super cool. All right, give me the double smut. I mean, we could test for a stalker. I said I wanted to bring in more of these. We could do that with the EMF and that. Yeah. You could technically say you're a wraith, can't walk in salt. Oh, yeah, I guess you could. How do we get the badge and the ID card after watching? So after you've watched for 2 hours and you've earned it on Twitch, you need to go to your Phasmo and you need to connect Twitch to Phas. But if you do ! drops and you follow that link, it'll tell you exactly what you need to do. Now, the problem I'm having with this ghost is it's here, but it's not walking around where I think it is. Okay, there it is. Found ya. Play any other ghosty games like Severance, Other Side? So I've played Other Side. I've done that a few times. I played it recently with Baron in Foglia, which was a blast. We had fun. And then I have not played Severance yet. I have not played Ghost Standards yet. But I've got playlists on YouTube of all that stuff. What if I turn the lights off? They should do like a hotel or motel. A motel map I could see. A motel map would be pretty awesome. Hey Juju, how the ghosties treating you? Not bad. They've been okay. We're doing a no evidence on prison. Because why not? Teeny, think of the 36 months. Are you a shade? Is that the issue we have here? Yeah, bamboozle, of course. Not doing much. Carrie, thank you for the 3-month sub. Thank you so much. Sorry you couldn't have woken up early. Okay, listen, I don't think you have to apologize for sleeping, Beanie. The Cormos is cool. I would love to get it more, but I would love to get it in multiplayer. I would love to get it with multiple people. Think Vaz will ever let us talk to the spirit box to our teammates like the other side does? I hope so. That's funny because one good thing that the other side does is they listen to multiple different communities, hearing the things that they want in game, and they do a really good job at implementing those things. Like that was one of the things that we talked about. I don't know if it was before or after they had implemented it, but saying we would love to be able to talk to the dead players, whether it's through a spirit box, through a special Ouija board, whatever it might be. I don't know. Can you skip your online class for Phas? No. This is the shadiest ghost ever. Like, what the hell is going on? I see my breath. It's still here. Will Phasmophobia bring out more equipment? Maybe. Definitely possible. What's my sanity? Like 60, 65. You had a ghost that wouldn't do anything till the cruci was gone. I see it over there. Ghosty is over there. But what's making me think shade is that it has not thrown a single object with me in the room. I started to toss. That might have been over there, though. Could it be a shade? Oh, yeah, this is a no evidence run. So it absolutely could be a shade. Okay. Let's pull cards. I mean, there's nothing else exciting going to happen. We might as well do this, huh? Try our luck. I got that there. Got that there. Let me go get a photo camera, and then we'll do the thing. Try to get a devil card. Yeah, it's my only hope. Hey, Wicked Hunter. Good morning. Deer Slayer, thank you for the 10 months. Shade is annoying as always. I know. It's kind of their MO. It's what they do. Kind of their shtick. Watch, I bet you. Watch, I bet you it's throwing. Oh, no, I have the lights on, so it really can't throw anything, can it? Okay. What if Phas made a 5-player game mode where one person can select to be the ghost? That would be awful. No, that'd be terrible. Nope. Nope, it would be hated. It would be gimmicky and enjoyable for a tiny bit, but then it would just make the game so much worse. No, I think it would be terrible. Did you do that from in the room? Because then it takes a PvE game and turns it into a PvP game. Well, no, I'm very well aware of how it would work. I think it would make the game worse. No. There's other games that do it. I mean, but okay, let's think of it like this. How popular are the other games where you can do it? Just saying. Hey. You a jerk? That's not a gin. DVD. Right, but that's the shtick. That is the point of DVD, right? The point of DVD is you have killers, you have survivors. That's the whole point. You're not going around trying to figure out what the killer is. You figure it out through the gameplay and then you try to adjust appropriately based on what they can do. I don't know if it blew that out in the room or not. Okay, that's cool. Hey, blow this out. Blow this out with here, because if that's... Not a shade? Okay, this is stupid. I'm gonna go get the power back on, and then after I do that, we're just gonna try to make it hunt. That Ghostbusters game had player ghost versus ghost hunters, and it flopped. Correct? Yeah. Yeah, drops are available. They're available to the 26th. Probably till like 7 a.m. Eastern. You have a lot of time. Yeah, I don't even think it's a shade. Well, the funny part is that the ghost is right in the entrance. It's not like I have to go walk a million miles to go get the ghosty. It's just being a lame-o. How many drops have happened already in total? Oh, I don't know. As I played Sunday night, they picked random and we got Sunny Meadows and Prison back to back. I just wanted a house. Yeah, there's been a lot of drops. Agreed. I don't know how many exactly though. All right. My little heathen. Are you serious? Tell me that's not what I thought that was. Don't you dare tell me that was a don't you dare tell me, son of a bitch, it was a Cormos. That son of a bitch. They try to soften the blow. Here's some drops for you. Sorry you're dead. Oh, man. God damn it. It doesn't explain why it was being so lame and doing nothing. So my guess as to what happened was I was sprinting and that's why it started hunting. Damn. That's still a cool way to go, though. But yeah, it was being extremely boring, and I don't know why. That part, I don't understand why it was doing that. What a butthole. Man, at first I heard the speed change and I thought like, ooh, this might be a die-in. Okay, let me move back and forth and see if I can speed it up. Nope, it came right back to me. I tested for a die-in. That is how I got killed by the Cormos. But that's kind of a cool thing though, because if you're playing on lower evidence and you're not sure, and you test for one ghost, it could be your downfall because it might be another one. Well, damn it. Necro, thank you for the 9 months, dude. Can I show the new drop? Absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. Let's go see what it is. There it is. So very, very subtle. Very, very subtle animation. You see that there? So there's the static version. There's the animated. Super subtle. The point of this drop was to coincide with the Alan Wake stuff. Yeah. Love getting badges. Me too. I just like having the variety. I like having the variety. The ability to go through so many of these different badges. So many different types of badges, depending on if you have different prestiges or whatever it might be. So keep them coming. I don't, there's not too much. There's not too much at all. I think it's great. I'll leave this on since that's what we're earning anyway. Now, what does the badge look like though? Let me see that. There it is. So the static or the animated, so you have an animated version of it. I like the static badge on top of that. If it was a custom animated badge, I would like it more. Like if the thing was actually moving, if they did something with it rather than just doing the same motion stuff that they do with this with like that mist background. I'd rather have the static. Don't you yell at me. But there it is. Nice. Think Kinetic will ever redo some of the old events and badges for those who missed them? No. I don't think so. I think that the old events, the reason that they do events the way they do them now with the rotating like holiday events is because they want to focus on other things. Maybe at some point they'll put more focus on other new events. I mean, especially when they do like collaborations and stuff, but beyond that, I don't think so. Yeah. It's okay, but like, I like getting, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not the craziest, it's not my favorite badge, but it's a new badge and I'll take it. And all I had to do was watch Twitch for 2 hours. Not bad. Really wanted the purple one from stream, but it was very late night. I understand. Yeah, hopefully they'll have more stuff like that for sure. Well, damn. Can we only get the badge today? No, you can get the badge until, you have all the way till the 26th. You're good. Gucci, friend. Wish they would rotate the old events like the snow. I wish that they would turn those back on too. Yeah. But yeah, you have till the 26th. And to earn the animated badge, you need to be watching a Kinetic partner like me or like Tom or Tater or Mel, like any of the friendos that are Kinetic partners. We have a few couple. Patty, all the good peeps. All right. Well, damn it. Stupid new ghost. That got me good though. I'll give it to the ghost. It got me good. That son of a bitch. I kind of want to do another no evidence run though. Maybe I do it on a smaller map. Maybe do like a Willow Street. Or Ridgeview. Do you want Willow or Ridgeview? One for Ridgeview, 2 for Willow. Hey DF, welcome in. Oh, it's pretty split. All right, hold on, give me a sec. Now, doing a vote this way, we do have a way of doing cross-platform. So with this one, This one, it doesn't matter if you are on Twitch. It doesn't matter if you are on YouTube, Kick. It doesn't matter. They all count. All of them. So here. Let's do a quick 1 minute vote. 1 for Ridgeview, 2 for Willow. Vote, vote, vote. Your vote counts once. There you go. Keep it super simple. You don't have to choose between 15 different ones. But yeah, if you're earning drops right now, friends, 2 hours. If you check the pin message on Twitch, at least, you have 2 hours to watch, but you have all the way till the 26th, and it does not need to be a 2 hours straight. If you watch me for an hour today and an hour tomorrow, you've earned it. If you watch for an hour and 59 minutes today and you watch for a minute tomorrow, you've earned it. Can we test the patching issues for other ghosts on Ridgeview? The patching issues? What do you mean? Hey, what up, Chappie? I don't understand what you mean, patching issues. All right, we're going to Willow. To Willers we go. All right, before we go to Willow, we do have ads coming, so we're going to go ahead and do them in here in the lobby. Let me turn the volume down so we can not listen to the same ambient noise for the whole time. We'll do that. How much longer are you going for? I don't know, Bomber. I'm not sure yet. Yeah, we're kind of playing it by ear, man. Yeah. Pathing issues on Edgefield. Autocorrect got me. Oh, yeah, we could at some point. Yeah. Let me go check. We're at 98% for the community. We're getting there. It'll happen today. It just might not happen till a little bit later. So, yeah. We'll see. All right. I'm going to go run ads, guys. I do 3 minutes every hour, so that way you don't get pre-rolls. If you're not subbed, you don't have turbo, you're not going to miss anything. We'll wait to go to Willow until they're done. Okay. Hey, Timeless. How are you? Never been able to place dots on the ceiling at Willow. Just glitches through the ceiling upstairs. That's been happening. I've been noticing that too. Do I like trees? Depends if it has a gun. How is your farmhouse field work at 0 of 50? It's not? That's like the second time I've read that in chat today, and both times it says 50 of 50. A little confused. The bar is just black and not colored, I guess, but the number is there. I'm assuming that's why, because the bar is dark. It's just because that's the accent color that they're using for that. That's all. Yeah, that's all. Well, yeah, okay, yeah, I know it's a little smaller right now. You can still see that it's not a 0. It's fine. It's fine. Finally got the farmhouse badge the other night. Nice. One of the, really it's for any of them. If there's any of those maps on there that you are not a big fan of, forcing yourself to play it to get the badge and finish it can be a little rough. Can't see it on mobile. No, that's okay. I already wear glasses. Oh, me too. Blind as a bat. I totally feel you. Blind as a bat. Oh, Willers. Yeah, we'll do no evidence of Willow. I doubt I'm going to get lucky enough to get another new ghost. I don't think we're that lucky. But you never know. We might. Does the Alan Wake event end this month or next month? I believe it ends on the 2nd of June. I think so. Thank you all for the follows today, friends. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. How many hours do I have in the game? I don't know. Like 4,000. Been playing. It's been my main stream game for the past like 4 or 5 years. Obviously, we play other stuff here or there, but Phasmo a lot. Got APOC one the other day. I know it's only one, but I was so proud. Hell yeah. You should be proud. When stream end, there's no end time. We'll end whenever we feel it's appropriate. But I'll go as long as I can. And then I'll take you guys somewhere where you can continue earning your drops. There we go. Adjutant. We are back. Destroyer, thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back, friend. Husband and I watch the videos to get better with Phas. I've gone from Van Princess to Indoor Hunter. Look at you. Hell yeah. Welcome in, May. You fear never, you'll be able to do it. You'll be able to do APOC. It just takes time, man. It really does just take time. Almost lunchtime. It's getting there. It's 11 o'clock for me. Have you had problem with dots on Willow's ceiling upstairs? If you're talking about the idea of like putting dots in ceilings or other places and they get like lost in the ceiling, it's been happening for a while now, for sure. Hey, Fix, thank you for the 12 months. Thank you for the year, dude. All right, let's go do a no evidence at Willer's. Remember earlier when I said I accidentally stayed awake all night because I couldn't fall asleep? The stream helped me fall asleep. I'm awake again. Let's go. Have you seen there's apparently a remastered Friday the 13th? Aren't they just... Isn't Friday the 13th... Aren't they doing the game, like making their own version of the game? Isn't that correct? Because there was a moment in time where fans were basically remaking the original version of it, or like whatever they were doing, and they got a cease and desist to stop doing it. So I don't know. And then I heard that Friday the 13th was like going to make a comeback, and I don't know if it's going to be the same game or completely different. I don't know. I loved Friday the 13th. That game was so good. It does end June 2nd. Okay, I thought so. Yeah. Yeah, Halloween's coming later in the year, but Friday the 13th has also been talked about for a while. Have you managed to put a dots projector on a door yet? No. I don't think I've tried. I've never played any Subnautica. I haven't played Subnautica 1. So maybe one of these days, Alice. Helen Clock. We need to capture a video, firelight, and sound. Well, guess what? We're going to bring video. We're going to bring sound and a flashlight. This is how we're going to roll. Let's go. Is the Halloween update for Phas always a blood moon? It is, for now especially, until they, I guess, get to 1.0. And then after that point, maybe they'll change it up. Maybe. Nope. All right, let's go get power. It's downstairs. Son of a bitch. No mirror. No Ouija. No paw. It's snowing. No Frank. Oh, that's right. I was like, I literally just said it's snowing and I just saw my breath and it's snowing. Just got your drops. Let's go. Hell yeah. How do you level up fast in Phasmo? You get better at the game. By getting better at the game, you can play the game faster and get more money in XP. I have hiding literally right there. I see no orbicals, so I guess Mimake is off the table. We need the house to warm up, though. I ain't heard nothing. Shit, it's in the basement. I just heard it. We know it's down. I just heard it. I don't know if it's in the hallway or not. Hi. All right, we'll have to double check and see if it's actually in this room or not. I don't know. How long are streams typically? Depends on the day. This is not a normal stream time for me. Normally, I stream from like 8:30 to midnight, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday from 1 to 4, and that's all Eastern. Days like this, it's different. It's hard to say. I'm level 62, but it takes me so many games to level up. What difficulty are you playing on? No sound? Nothing? Eh? No? Okay. Well, was good talking to you. How long are the drops? They go until the 26th. That on. This is a no evidence run, so we're not gonna have to worry about bringing any evidence equipment, which is nice. Missed the flashlight being on the hip. I don't mind. I don't mind it that much. I know it's a little intrusive, but it's not that bad. It's really not. Okay. Crucifix. Salt. Motion sensor. There we go. Might be a third Cormos. Oh my god. Like, I need to get those new ghosts in my brain when I'm testing for stuff too. Tempted to start playing on Nightmare, but I have to convince my friends. Tell them to do it or else. Will I play Other Side again? Oh yeah, for sure. Chill. Absolutely. Hello. You're doing a little chuckery. Hmm? Okay. Wait for it to walk in the salt, and then we'll place another one down. Wait, did you say what difficulty you play on normally? What map is the best for grinding? Whichever one you can complete the fastest. It's been over 2 seconds. We lay another. Hey, Phasmo, what's up? You play a lot of Tanglewood. Okay. You play a lot of professional. I mean, you're only going to be able to level up so fast if you're only playing on professional. You just have to play more games, or just get your ghosts, get your objectives, and leave. All right, so there we go. Walked in more salt, so we know that it's not a wraith, and we know that it's not a Galu. 100%. 100%. I have a crucifix in here. We don't have. Let me give me the video camera. Why not a Galu? Because it walked in salt once, and then it walked in another one over over 2 seconds later, 3 seconds later. Galus can't do that. Once they walk in salt, they had then changed their state, and then in that altered state, they can't walk in salt again. Not until the hunt is over. Yeah. There's a lot of people that have different ways that they try to level up, grind it, whatever. I really don't if you're trying to learn how to play the game, I really don't recommend trying to do cheesy methods to get XP and money as fast as you can. You're not going to learn how to play. Unless you're not aiming to get better. You're just like, I just want to get money and XP. Then you do you, boo-boo. You do you. Would you shut the hell up? We're talking here. Okay, I do have the motion. Okay. Not a shade. No, it's throwing stuff with me in the room, and we heard it hit the motion sensor. Unlikely a shade. What is the best way to learn? Repetition. The more you play, the better you get. Using things like the unofficial Phasmo cheat sheet, you can use that to learn information. And then use that information and put it into practice. What are we doing? Playing Phas? What are you doing? Oh, okay. I didn't want to capture that anyway, jerk. Trying to learn no evidence? Are you good at Nightmare? As a guitar player, it's like learning an instrument again. Yeah. Exactly. Repetition. The more you play, the better you're going to get. You'll build up the calluses and you're ready to rock. What is a no evidence run? It's where you turn off the evidence and you literally can't get any. I'm okay. Not the best. I'm okay. I mean, do you feel like you know the ghosts well enough to figure them out in Nightmare? Or do you feel like you struggle a little bit? Just dumb as sounds, huh? was a very ginger throw. That was very polite. I felt slow motion. You struggle. Yeah, I mean, a good piece of advice. I don't even remember who started like the idea of it. I love the idea what they said with professional, where you just play on pro, get 2 pieces of evidence, and do not get the third, and see if you can figure the ghost out. And then once you think you know what it is, then get the 3rd piece of evidence just to be sure you're right. Any updates about the release for Switch 2? No idea. Nope, no idea. No clue. Got my perfect investigation against the Mylang almost after an hour, but it ended up killing me, so it doesn't feel all worth it. Yeah, but you knew what the ghost was. I'd say it's worth it. Oh, it's my Blair Witch cam. Son of a bitch. All right, we're down to 70 now. I should probably bring a smudge. We're going to bring a firelight. We're going to test for an Onryo as well. Me and my friends playing professional since we tried Nightmare. Couldn't do it. It's easier for us and it's fun. It's whatever's best for you. Bitch. That's honestly the best method. Whatever is most fun for you. And if it's more fun for you to make it more challenging, then make it more challenging. Do all ghosts have line of sight speed up? Nope. Hantu doesn't. The Thay doesn't. Technically speaking, like the Revenant will. The speed up that it does is not a gradual line of sight speed up. It like sprints at the player when it senses you. All right. We got to make sure we light that in our hand to do a proper Onryo test. Ghosty. Went from pro to Nightmare and then Insanity. Haven't played for a while, so went back to pro. It's fun to get evidence. How do you get the badge? Do exclamation point drops. Don't you do it? Okay, good. So there's one. We pick it up. Do it again. Not being very shy about throwing random things in the room. That's good. I need a video of the ghost, don't I? It does. Got the badge. Nice. What is the Jinn sprint? The Jinn sprint is whenever the power is on and the Jinn is over 3 meters away from the player and it sees you, it will go from normal 1.7 meter per second speed, which is typically like that's like your normal speed of a ghost for like a normal ghost. And it will almost feel like it's double time when it sees you instantly. There's 2. They're a little far apart, so that really doesn't do much. So if it's throwing stuff at you in the room, it's definitely not a shade, as long as you are in the room with the ghost. Because if I'm out here. Oh, you little bastard. It's a child. If I'm in the room with the ghost and it's throwing items, it's not a shade. But if I'm standing outside of the room and the ghost is in there and throwing stuff, it could be a shade. Probably not an Onryo. Polty throw too? What about the Polty throw? You bastard. Okay. Onryo is off the table. A. I would love a video of you. Can you like ringy rosies? They throw stuff. Oh yeah, but every ghost throws stuff. What do you mean? What do you mean? What was the game that you played where... Oh, I didn't miss the message, but Mayor said killer in the cabin. I did see that. Oh, that game was fun. Oh, did I not cross off, Jen? Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. layer. I like that. That can be one that can be really crappy to test for whenever you have just a normal ghosty. For all we know, this could be a D. Well, this could be a Dio for all we know. I don't know. I don't necessarily understand the desire to just level up, learn it. To just level up versus learning the game. Take time to learn the game mechanics. There are so many layers of the game. The levels will come with experience. Cherry, I would agree with you 1,000,000%. That is very well said. I would agree. By learning the intricacies of the game and understanding the mechanics and understanding the different things, what you can do, what you can't do, it's way more fun than just make XP money go up high. Had any interesting Cormos encounters yet? Oh yeah, we had one at prison that I didn't know about and it murdered me. But I did have one before that we did a perfect game with. So we do have that. I want a ghosty video. I mean, I could always just do it in the middle of the hunt, but it's a child. It could be crawling, ugly and mean. This is where I come for the drops? Yes, Jesse. Yes, it is. Just a little moita. Just a little. I'll tell you, you're throwing random little things here and there. There's a bunch of little chuckery happening. I mean, do you need me to do one of these guys? Just in case? There are a bunch of, it's not being shy about the items. I'll give it that. Here, do you want stuff to play with? Here. Here, we give you toys. HR Chuck and stuff can throw all that around. How about that? There. Enjoy. Get yourself something nice. You son of a bitch! It did it again. It keeps disappearing so fast. Oh, damn it. Can you ringy Rosie or something? Please? Oh, damn it. Plans for lunch. No, I have no idea, actually. Yikers! Nope, too late. That's okay. I should probably save that just in case. All right, now we're within hunting. Ooh, actually, hold please. Ooh, it waited till I was at like 25. Are you gonna be like a Dio? Let's take this upstairs. Now, the reason we're saying not a shade is because of all the chuckery that it's doing when I'm in the room with it. Our hope is that I go over here. Oh, gross. Fuck. Are you a Hantu? This might be a Hantu. Aged Thay? I thought I heard it fast at first. I might be wrong. Let's hear it hunt again. Stupid crawler. Let me see if I can get a parabolic real quick. Yoink. I thought I heard it fast at first and then got slower. Definitely sounded fast. Yeah, we can verify that with this. All right, we'll get a video of you. Oh, I need 2 sounds too. I forgot about that. Now, because the house is warmed up, because the power's been on, that's why it would be slow in these other rooms. In its room, it will be fast. So not only is it a child, oh yeah, I mean, it can be crawling. What is the watch for? You can use it to time your... Okay. You can use it to time the hunt, as in check your smudge times and things like that, but you can also check your sanity if the sanity is available. So like if I'm playing on pro, I can look on here and see my sanity. See, it's a blue, so it's a little hard, but I'm at 25 sanity. The fact that it waited so long to hunt is a little interesting. It waited till I was about 25 to start hunting, which is weird. Super strange. How'd you raise your arm like that? On PC, right click. How much slower it is? Gotcha. Actually, wait. I hope that landed. If not, I could be dead. F it. Let's go for it. Give me the cruisy. I got that. Do I have the audio recorder on my hands? Nope, I dropped that too, huh? Oh, it's right there. What the hell? That was weird. Most Hantu that ever could Hantu. I think so too. What's uppies? No. Not allowed. No uppies permitted. All right, here. Do this, please. We're here for objectives. Thank you. Yeah, it's right. If you're talking about the watch, yeah, right click on PC, A for Xbox, X for PlayStation. Now, I'm not going to be able to get the cruci, but I can get the firelight. Yeah, man. You play both. Nice. Thank you for the follows, friends. Joe, thank you for the 11 months. Haha. Oh, okay. Didn't mean to throw both. There we go. Nice. That's definitely a haunt too. All right. I'm not worried about perfect games. Perfect games are not my worry. You honestly, for those that are asking about money in XP, you make more money in XP by getting objectives, ghost, and moving on to the next one and getting objectives and ghost again. Perfect games, if you can roll with it, cool. But for the most part, it's a waste of time. We'll get smudges and we'll do the cards. Cruci burn is broken right now when it comes to trying to record it with different things. Like the sound recorder, yeah, for some reason you can't record it. Don't really know why. Not really sure. Hi, Crow. Thank you for that 36 months, friendo. Probably going to be B for Nintendo, but based on the controller, yeah, and how it's used, I think so. All right, got smudges. We're good. Perfect game only goes quickly in multiplayer because everyone can take immediate. Exactly. All right. Rooting for 3 towers? You don't have to. It's going to happen anyway. It's inevitable. I'm going to get towers, hermits, hermits, towers, towers, hermits, hermits, towers. I should have smudged you to buy myself time. That's okay. All right. Give me the cards. Damoon. Got 25 sanity. But that's a full card. Nothing. Death. Full. Tower. Fun. Moon. Goodbye, sanity. 25 sanity. This is so stupid. Death card. Having a great time. Still have never gotten the moon or the hangman, so I'm trying to pull those when playing. You can also do if you're trying to get them for your display case, what you can do is you can do a custom game and give yourself cards and just keep pulling until you get them. you done? Here. There. Now it's done. It bought us a few seconds, so that's good. Yeah, the full card is busted right now. There's supposed to be a full card, and it's not actually happening. Took so long to get the High Priestess and the Hanged Man. But yeah, if you do a custom game, you can make it happen real fast. All right. I mean, I don't really need... okay. Oh, of course it's a full card. And then they're gone, but they're here. But they're gone. Cards being busted, shocker. Yeah, the only benefit to that is you can't use the cards anymore, but I guess you could still probably take a photo of them, right? Can you? I mean, they're busted. Does the game actually see them still there? I mean, I can pick them up. I can't pull any more cards. Let's see. Nope. Can't pick them up. The game doesn't think they exist. That's fun. That's a good time for everybody. Playing his brother and his friend in Time Willow, we were trying to figure out what it was. I decided to pull the cards immediate Hangman. Yeah, see, those are the fun ones. Yeah, look, 25 sanity. Yeah, I don't really know what's up, what's happening with that. But this is also part of the reason we don't go for perfect games right now. All right, on to objectives. Good deal. Sweet. The custom setup to get High Priestess and Hangman. Yeah. Well, it's not, I mean, it's the setup to up your chances of getting those. I'll just do it.
Welcome back. Like prepared
Anto. Nice. So, oh my God, let me turn the music off. So what I would typically do, if you're not worried about money or XP, you're just worried about filling your case. Like, let's say you've got, oh, hey, how are you? Let's say you have this over here and you don't have all the cards, but you want to get all the cards. Then what you can do is you could do a preset. It doesn't matter. Just do professional, whatever. And then you, now here's a question. I don't remember. Do you still get them in your case if you're playing on Friendly Ghost? Can you take a photo of the words of power lit up by the UV as evidence? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I ever actually tried. Yes, but you never get Hanged Man. I think I remember getting Hanged Man whenever I had Friendly Ghost on. You get it, just nothing happens. Oh, but it always fools. Oh, then I would just let it ride. This is what I would do. This is the preset that I would do if I'm not worried about money or XP, but I am trying to get those cards. Go to player, lose items and consumables, turn it off. Now it doesn't matter if you die or not, you don't lose any money at all. Player speed, set that to 150, sprint, infinite. You don't have to save it just yet. And then on contract, you come down and you do not a random cursed, you do the tarot cards. Okay. You have to have a multiplier. Do you? You have to have a multiplier to get the card and see it, because I feel like I did not have a multiplier when I did that. That doesn't sound right. I didn't. No. Yeah. I didn't have to have a multiplier. Regarding client timeouts, reach out to Phasmo. Go to the Phasmo Discord. Yeah. Exactly. So you do it like this. You get your tarot cards. We have the speed. We have all that jazz. That's good to go. And then if you want, you can also set the weather. If you get annoyed by the rain, just set it to clear or something like that. Then you don't have to worry about that crap. So you hit apply, and then you want to pick a place where the cards are really close to the door. Where's that? Edgefield. Edgefield is close to the door. So all you do, go into the map. It does equipment you can add. Because I'm not able to lose items, you can add all of your items. It doesn't matter. And if you want to grab stuff, you can grab stuff, or you can just, you know where the cards are. Go inside, grab them, and start pulling. But if you want to do like the power starts on, if you want to grab a flashlight, whatever it might be, whatever is easier for you. High Priestess full. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I've seen a High Priestess since a real High Priestess since this update. Yeah, Ridgew's also. It's just Edgefield's just closer to the door. But then you just keep pulling until you get it. Did yours on Willow? Hey. I just got my sanity back. Last card. And that's it. If you want to, for funsies, you can go and you can guess, or you can just quit. Or you can just quit. That's totally a Banshee. Gotta be. But yeah. You pull your cards, no matter what, you get them inside of the case.
Welcome back.
Oh, the
There's some
twins.
jobs ready for you.
But there you go. That's the way to do it. I kind of want to do that one more time. Just to see what I would get. Because I feel like the cards have just been really effed. Really, really effed. All right. Fuse box at the start of the contract. We're going to start with it on. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go to Edgefield. Get one of these. Get one of those. Get one of those. Get one of these. Get one of those. Grab one of those. The power starts on, so what I can do is I can immediately go in here and do this. And then grab the cards. Wheel of Fortune green. Telling you, like, you see these decks? Like, this absolutely makes me want to draw them even less. Oh, Ghost Fart. Thank you. Thank you. Such bad pull. You got me? Tower after Hermit. Hey, a moon card. That's cool. Well, I had fun. Oh, that's my smudge. That's on my... Why is my smudge look like that in the shadow? Pam, get out of here. Are you a phantom? Hey, Danny Phantom, F off. Well, the shadow almost looks like a tier 3 smudge. Ma'am, will you go somewhere? Nobody wants to talk to you. No. Frickin' crawler. Eat smudge, you idiot. Oh, sorry. People complaining about the update have had no issues with it. Yeah, but if people are having issues with it, then they have the right to complain about it, though. I also have not really had many issues with it, but there's people that are it's crashing their games, causing them to freeze up every time they try to load a certain menu or anything like that. I think it's fair to complain about that. We've had, I mean, you've seen all the problems we've run into. It's not game breaking, but it's definitely things that need fixed. Yeah. But yeah, so long story short, there you go. That's the way, that's the easiest way to get the cards. It's the easiest. But I mean, you're also inevitably going to get all of them if you just keep playing the game.
Welcome back. There's some jobs
Fan of
ready for
Tom.
you.
Fan of Tom. Audio. Turn it down. Loud as shit. There we go. Unity keeps crashing for me on launch. Yep. Again, I have not had that issue, but a lot of other people have. So fair to them, they're having issues. Even with the bugs, I still enjoy it. Yeah, even with the bugs, it's still fine for me too. It's just little stuff here and there. See, like some people's spirit box is working fine for me. You've seen, I've had no issues. 98.36. My friend had issues with it crashing, but the last batch update fixed mine, not hers. She isn't crashing as much. That's good. I don't know what's happening, man. That's causing all the crashes for people. It's freaking weird. I just wish the objects dropped by teammates wouldn't fall through the map. See, that's the thing. Like, I play solo a lot. So the people that play multiplayer a lot, those people I've heard from the most, where they're having a lot of problems. So if you play the game in multiplayer most of the time and you can't play in multiplayer because it's all jacked up, then you can't play. Console related. Yeah, console related is console's a big part. For sure. All right. Let's go back to I could do Nightmare. Play with your brother. He dropped some. Could fly to the floor. Yeah. Hijack controls is making you hate the game. Hijack controls. What do you mean? What do you mean? All right. Let me check something. I'm going to check for something while we're sitting here. Did have the Chromos the other day. There was regular speed when my friend was running. Oh. Interesting. Was it normal speed for them too? What is the drop? Is that? I'm using it right now, but there's an easier way for you to see it. Is this for the Twitch drop? It is. Yeah, it is. You have until the 26th. You have a lot of time. But if you want to get the animated version of the badge, which is the one that I'm using right now, again, it's really subtle. You watch Kinetic Partner to get that. Yeah. This would be a popular one for Christmas, I'm sure. You had a Wraith that walked through salt. That's fun. Oh, that's also part of the reason why, like, I'm especially telling people, like, listen, I would chill on perfect games right now. Like, if you every now and then I get the urge to want to do nothing but perfect games, but I've been wanting it way less since we've had some of the issues. Can we get that from you? Yes. Yep. 2 hours. So I'll be playing, we have today, I'll be playing tomorrow, and then Friday we might do, I got to check my schedule. I'm thinking either Friday or Sunday we might do community games because I owe you guys another community day. My sound recorder doesn't pick up the burnt cross. Lady Lark, it does. I think that's everybody. It doesn't pick it up for me either. Honorable, the trip was amazing, friend. The trip was quacktastic. We conquered, well, no, not the whole trail, but we did a damn good job on a really hard trail into the Grand Canyon. Yeah. Love to hopefully join a community game soon. Yeah, I might do Sunday just because it's different. The last one we did was on Friday, and not everybody can play on Fridays. So doing it on Sunday would just be a nice change of pace, I think. It was a very dusty trail. What's extra funny is because we were in Arizona, so I was like trying to find a diner anywhere. I think it's a lie. Let's. We can play with you? Yeah. We usually, whenever I reach my goal on Twitch, we usually have a viewer day. But one of the other things we had was an extra viewer day for reaching a goal through St. Jude. So we added another one. How hot was it? You know, it's funny. The temps were almost 100 degrees, but most of the time it did not feel that hot. It's just because it wasn't humid like it is over here. Started playing Phas, learned a lot through the videos. A lot of fun to watch. It helps me enjoy the game a lot more. I appreciate that, Jazz. Thank you, friend. No, 12 hour. I need to talk to the missus. No. I need to talk to the missus. Let's go back to Tangle for now. And then after Tangle, I'll let you guys vote what we do next. It's 80 out for you. It's supposed to be hot here too. Yeah. It's hot here. I think it's almost 90 degrees. But yeah, there it was almost 100. It was like 98, 99 most of the time. I did not find a Phas diner. No Phas diner. We looked. We searched. We didn't find it. It snowed this morning for you? What the hell? Thank you for the follows, guys. I appreciate it. I'm in Maryland. I'm on the East Coast. Dry heat is easier to handle than humidity. You don't feel drenched when you walk outside. Correct. It's 77 for you? Damn. What is it? I'm just checking what it is for me. It's 80. Yeah, it's going to be at 90 here. Yeah, 92. And then it gets cooler. It's the craziest shit. Tomorrow, 88. Thursday, 66. And then it gets colder and colder. But then it comes back up to the 70s. Freaking weird. Freaking weird. All right, let's turn this back up. I've been turning the audio down in the lobby because the ambient sound is really loud. Down in Florida, didn't realize Marin got that hot. Oh, it can. Not as hot as there, obviously, but it definitely can. 56 in Oklahoma. All right. We have Nancy Huntley. We need to record 2 sounds, capture a photo of the ghost, and a motion sensor. So I am going to go in with sound recorder, photo camera. Maybe we'll get a early photo of the ghost. That'd be super awesome. Dry heat can also be hard to breathe in, though, especially during the dust. Oh, man. Yeah, there was parts where it was tough coming back up the canyon that it was a little difficult to catch my breath. Ghosty. Playing Forza. Nice. What? We have hiding. Hello? Dry heat is also deceiving. Oh, yeah. You have to hydrate like a mother. Dude, I had like 5 liters of water on me when we were hiking. What did you throw? Ooh, did you throw the dog toy? Yes, power's upstairs. Nice. Sorry. Shh. Stay hydrated. Oh yeah, I wasn't about to have that kind of a problem. Yeah, nah. That through the wall, me? Gotcha. Hey. I need a ghost photo, you butthole. Is that over here? I'm so confused. All right, hold on. I'll be back. Keep in these damn bushes. First time I saw the ghost move the crucifix scared the hell out of you. No ghost photo, but I got a free photo from a fart ball, so that's not bad. I'm not going to complain too much. Hello? There it is. Hey, it's on there properly. Nice. All right, we need to check the temps because I don't know which room it's in. Hey, Princess, how are you? Drifter, thank you for the 11-month sub, friendo. Chlorine, thank you for the 13. Hello. Any orbicals by chance? Okay. Let's check the temps. I hear you. Are you in the bathroom? Are you in the ensuite? Oh. Well. How much longer are you planning on streaming today? I'm not sure, Wes. Whenever I do end, though, I will take you guys somewhere to continue earning, though. For sure. He's a pooper. It might be. It might be. All right, no orbicals. Let's get some more evidence. Got a couple ghosts right on the nightmare. Got a demon and a spirit. Very nice. Very, very nice. What's your favorite ID card in the game? I have a couple favorites. The astronomer is definitely one of my favorites for sure. Oh, the Cruci. Yeah, thank you, Meow. You're right. Gotta move the Cruci. The astronomer is one of my favorites. I really like the first Twitch drop badge that they did. That one's cool. My kinetic partner badge I really enjoy. What other ones? I'm just trying to think off the top of my head which ones I really, really like. Yeah, the astronomer is so nice. Such a good looking badge. It's a sink pooper. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Should be no problem, but maybe it's wandering. Let's turn this light off. Where are you? Are you here? It's gonna be too late. 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 You piece of shit. God damn it. You're a jerk. God damn it. You're a prick. Love booping on taps. Wow, that's right. Wait, sorry. Let's go get a UV. It's touching a lot of stuff. Oh, hey, how are you, Pam? Was the Galaxy Showcase static badge possible? I don't know the answer to that. I don't think there was a static. There wasn't a static badge, was there? All right, you're booping. You're booping, so let's go find your boops. Got the drops. Let's go, Bella. Hell yeah. I don't think she wants you to get media. I don't think she does either. She's not a fan. That's okay. I don't think so either. I think it was just the animated version of the badge. Oh, that's right. You're booping. You're also booping. All right, no UV. It might be EMF. All right. So what do I need from you? I need a photo of you. Okay. Now I need a photo of you. Uh-oh. Sorry. Sorry. My bad. She was in the closet. I felt kind of bad. I love this door. What the hell? Occupado. I was expecting her to disappear when I did that, but she stayed. Hey, Darkest, I'm good. How are you? Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. I do apologize for that. Sorry about that. That is definitely a my B kind of thing. Sorry. Hey, Goat, thank you for the Prime, man. Phantom, thank you for the 3 months. Red Dog, thank you for the Prime. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. All right. I need another sound, if you would not mind, ma'am. I could bring another book. I don't have my second piece of evidence, do I? Can you sound record a misform? Yes. Yes, you can. We have writing, no UV. I saw that. I saw that. Obambo, Thay, Oswong. No shot. This would be the third time I got a new ghost today, if I got that ghost. But it's going to be narrowing it down. I mean, the hunt should give it away, if anything. I need another sound. I play the Friendly Ghost to start so I can get used to the hunts. Well, if you're playing on Friendly Ghost, you won't be able to get hunted. So my suggestion for you, if you want to get used to the hunts, don't add any. She's back there again. Don't add anything into the game and go in there and let the ghost hunt you. Someone managed a perfect investigation against a Revia Bleeze. Very nice. Crow, thank you for the dono to St. Jude. Crow, thank you so much, homie. Oh my God. Oh, sure, you can throw things through doors, but oh no, we can't do it. That makes perfect sense. All right. I'm gonna take this crucifix. Do we have hiding over here by chance? I does. Okay. That's home base. It just ate a crucifix. Okay. Let's go get smudges. The ghost can walk through doors, so why not throw? I mean, I guess so. The ghost shoe. Give me multiple smudgies. We've got Aswang Obombo or the Thay. Okay. I might just let it eat the crucifix entirely because by the time I go over there, it's going to start to hunt. Sushi, thank you for the 3 months. Hey, Stony, thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoyed the holiday with the wife. I did. We had such a great time. It's something, it's something that we probably would not be able to do very often, or if ever again. So it was just a cool experience to get to do. Okay. So now, within 25 seconds, Ghosty is going to hunt, or it should hunt. Unless it turns off the power because it's a piece of trash. Yeah, it was, I'm really glad we got to experience it. I'll tell you, if the guide would have like been pessimistic and talked us down, he would have stopped us from going. But he was like, he told us, he was like, no, you know what? He's like, I think you guys can do it. It's like, I think you overestimate my abilities, sir. Because what's extra funny is when you read about that trail, it's like for experienced desert hikers only. I'm not only not an experienced desert hiker, I'm not an experienced hiker. Is that an Obombo or is that a Thay? Obombo? I'm fairly certain I just heard a line of sight speed up. Stop throwing stuff, you meanie. I think we have Obombo number 5. Thays can't speed up a line of sight. Obombo can. And I'm fairly certain we heard that speed up. Shit, I need a motion sensor? I'm falling apart. Falling apart. Feel like the Thay would have way slower. Actually, I don't know if it would. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if it would be slower. Oh, is my breath in here? Oh, shit. It takes a while to age a Thay. It takes a long time. Hey, Dummerl, how are you? Brels, welcome in. Get some motion sensors in there. Get one of those. Gotta go to bed. Hey, I appreciate you, Jazz. Thank you. Walkie. Excuse the hell out of you. Hey! Piece of trash? Get out of here. Thanks, old Bombo. Wow, what a jerk. All right, objectives are done. We've got the ghosty. We're out of here. Deuces. Got the badges. Let's go, Doc. Hell yeah. Yeah, you guys have so much time to get the badges too. You have a lot of time. So if you can't watch or leave a tab open or whatever it is to get it right now, dude, you have multiple days. Multiple days. Now, let me check something really, really quickly. How slow is the Aswang? And then how slow is the Obambo? I felt like it was the Obambo slow. That's why I was saying Obambo. It didn't seem like it was the Aswang, but I also did not hear it get faster. I do have another smudge on me. Not the Aswang because you hid and the hunt didn't end. Yeah, but it didn't come to my hiding spot though. That's the kicker. May speed up when it's hyper. Yeah, it's every 2 minutes. Let's be sure. Yeah, it has to know that you're there. That's an event. We knew that was an event because it was a different sound than whenever the ghost is hunting. Ooh, hello. Thought it sped up pretty fast. Let's see. Now, I couldn't tell. It's so hard for me to judge right now with the line of sight. Jesus. The line of sight speed up. I couldn't tell if it was getting line of sight faster than normal or not. It didn't seem like it, but could absolutely be wrong. They raised the rank up to 4,000. Oh, they made it as high as they possibly could. That was basically the goal. I just ate the crucifix. If they could have made it higher, they would have. Hey. Stop. Got an innocent one to say hi. I learned a lot from the reels. Well, I appreciate you coming in to say hello. Stop it, Ron. Okay. Maybe that... Maybe that is an Aswang. I'm hearing it now and I'm listening to it. It doesn't sound as slow as the slow Obambo. Do I risk my life? Do I risk my life and go for it? And if I'm wrong, it just kills me? You are such a bitch. Oh, okay. Here we go. Thanks, Obama. No, I don't know what I think it it didn't do it. You know what? Here, hold on. Is there lights here? There is. Ah, shit, it's locked. Ooh, I could unlock it, but then we'd have no light. Get out of me! I guess we try it again. Oh, it worked. That was a 0-second grace hunt that just happened. Oh, this is an Aswang. This is so weird. Leave them open? Okay. Hi. Hold. Get out of here. Well, the thing that I want to try to figure out, I don't know if it's even possible, is a way to test for it using the hiding spot method, but a way that you don't die if it's not that ghost. It's supposed to happen, right? Someone told me it was a bug. No, that's a feature of the ghost, Gaga. When the Aswang goes to a player in an official hiding spot, it gets to the hiding spot, to them, and stops hunting. The next hunt that it does will be a 0-second grace period hunt. There she is. There she was. There she goes. Yeah, that's her. So you can sit here with electronics on, anything you want. If you're inside... Ma'am. Oh, shit. She might... Okay, we're fine. I'm gonna get you. Yeah. I don't know if there's a way to do this with closed doors. To officially test for it. You know what I mean? I don't know. What is wrong with you? Go. It'd be cool if there was. I don't know if there is. I'm not sure. I know Zero was even saying that they really haven't found a way, or they haven't seen a way to do this test with the ghost and like live if it's not the Aswang. Let her open the door. Perfect ghost for a snacker. Now, I mean, it's a cool feature in that, like, if you want to risk it for the biscuit, you just go for it. Okay, this is really, really interesting. I feel like something weird is happening where I don't know if it's intentional or if it's not. Where I'm hitting my walkie like to get her attention. And it sounds like when she's, this could be 100% wrong. It sounds like when she's at a certain distance, she's coming over to the closet and leaving. And then when she's close enough, she comes over to the closet and ends the hunt. Why not just leave your mic open? I'm not going to go through the settings and change my mic to being open all the time. Let me wait till she's further. Interesting. Very interesting. Dude. She's like, you know I can see you, right? Now, leaving the door open doesn't do anything. Leaving the door open, the ghost sees me. It goes to the spot and it ends. What we're checking right now, which is a really interesting thing that I've noticed, which I don't know if it's true, repeatable or not. You are a bitch. I might die. Okay, we're good. Go away from me. Get away from me. Oh, that might be too close. She's probably gonna end. I think that ended naturally. I think. Sorry, it's a little crazy that this is the third time I've had a new ghost today. The umbrella went with her. Did you see that? Interesting. I wonder if this means anything. It could. Now, okay. You know what? Hold on. Did I have another hiding spot? I did in the front, right? Over here. You are such an asshole. Oh my god, I can't. Go. My own flashlight was stopping me. Let's try it here. Let's see. Let's see. She's Mary Poppins. She could be. So how do we tell that it's an Aswang on no evidence? Well, one of the things that you can tell, one of the things to tell you it's the ghost is the line of sight speed up and how long it takes. Because it will gain line of sight speed faster than the other ghosts. It'll feel almost like twice as fast. What I'm a little curious about right now. Okay, this could actually be even better. I need her to get closer though. She cut my juice. Come on. Get closer. She's gonna stop hunting. Damn. Let's get the power back on. Haven't gotten any of the new ghosts yet. Hey, Jazzy, how are you? All right, it's hanging out over here. I might have to entice it. So, when it starts hunting, we'll... Maybe it's a boundary thing, because that felt like she came right to me and stopped. I don't know exactly how far away it was. Hey, you want to do a puzzle? It may have just been something wonky. But it's good to check it though, because it's so hard to know for sure. Mary Poppins doing her job? I don't think so. Hal Wolf, thank you for the follow. Ange, thank you for the biddies. Ray, thank you so much for the gifted to Mario Nuggets. How many days will they have drops? You have until the 26th. Yeah. Hi, Dorito. Hi, friend. Queen, it is going well. How are you? Oh my God. Here soon I'll need to get lunch. It is noon. Could it maybe be the way she went through the wall into the hallway hiding and not the door of the hiding? Could be. I wonder if it'd be possible. Because you can get a good sense of how far away a ghost is based on the flashlight. The second the flashlight started blinking, I hit my walkie. She came over to me, but she did not check the hiding spot. Again, very interesting. Excuse me? Thank you. Try that again. Or maybe not. You're procrastinating, you should study. Hey, you should go study. Damn it. I don't know. Could be a coinky dink for all we know. I'm not 100% on that. Not sure how else you could even test for this. You should go now? You should. You saw the bone. You seen it? See, looks like it worked there. What are we testing for? I feel like there's something strange happening with the Aswang and trying to understand if there's a unique thing about it. The thing with the ghost is if you're trying to do that hiding spot test, like the chances of dying for that test is really high if you don't know it's that ghost. But I'm wondering if there's a way to test using the hiding spot method without the risk of death. And it feels like it's doing something weird where I'm hitting my walkie in the hiding spot and it's not checking when it's at a certain distance. But it could just be by chance. That's twice. It just did that. This time it'll end. And there we go. No, the 0-second grace, the only way that you're going to be able to take advantage of that is if you're in the hiding spot and you do the whole it sees you thing. I just turned the light on. Hey, Becca, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I don't know. You've been Rebecca Manded? Oh no. Cryptid, welcome in. Hello, Enigma. How are you? Yeah, this is weird, man. It's weird. Oh no, ads are gonna try to play. Oh no. They're gonna happen in like 45 seconds. If you get hit, I'm so sorry, friends. I've tried to snooze. We have a new ghost, and that's why like I've been on here like way too long. We got a crawler. Go away. Shoot. See what I mean? You picking up what I'm putting down? Like, this is like, it's gone beyond Kawinky Dink. This has now happened many a time. Many a time. Percy! Thank you for the subs, Omi. If you guys get hit by ads, I am so sorry. After this hunt, I'll go outside. Lydian, welcome in. What's up, Flea? Savvy, hello. Mr. Song, we're testing the Aswang. We're trying to test the whole hiding spot thing. There's something really weird happening, and I don't know if it's a feature or if it is supposed to happen. It's just, it's really good information if it's true, because I don't know if I heard anyone talking about it. On mobile from work, so catching parts. I got you, no worries. X-Man, thank you for the 3-month prime. Watching YouTube for ages, caught a stream. How you doing? I'm good. I'm good. A little tired. We were traveling all day yesterday, and then we didn't get home until like 12:30 this morning. And popped right up to come stream. Oh, agile. Can I get out? Can I get outside? I can. Okay, good. Okay, good. There we go. There we go. We'll wait outside. We wait. Started playing Phas a few days ago. Nice. Listen, to be fair, Storm, it is a great game. There's a lot involved. It's a little wonky right now because they've had a couple updates and there's been some bugs, but they're fixing it. Stream was good. We were painting a St. Jude painting. Oh, that's awesome. I am doing well. Thank you, friend. Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome. You're raising money too. That's so great. I love them. They're the freaking best. Ran outside, so no hunts or crane. Yeah, thank you, Vaughn. Yeah, there you go. The in-game description does say that it's not much for looking. Could it be that it does not get there in a certain time to get... Interesting. That's a very, very, very valid point. What should I bring in when looping a 150 ghost? Oh, you son of a bitch. Wait, why are you looping a 150 ghost? Move a new place, June. Wait, what? Blondie, I have no idea what that means. Changed my life. Literally got me to apply for college when I started last September. The work they do is genuinely inspiring. That's so awesome, Becca. Hell yeah. I'll have to go back and watch so I can see the painting. Oh, sorry. Okay. No, that got you. It's adding up. Yeah, three bed, 2 bed. Yeah, that's okay. Sorry. Straight over my head. Yep. I gotcha. That's awesome though. God damn it. Fire, thank you for the 5 months. Vaughn, thank you for the biddies. Marek, thank you for the prime. Silver, thank you guys. Certainly an interesting color choice for my painting for sure. Well, I can't wait to see it. We are doing, so for my St. Jude campaign, I decided this time, because I do every May, I decided to do balloons. So behind me, I've got a bunch of balloons, and every $1,000 I pop one. And inside the balloons could be anything from a giveaway to having to do something spicy to whatever it might be. And I spin a wheel that's over there to tell me what color the balloon is. It was just something different than what I normally do. So I was like, I will give it a whirl. Yeah. So yeah. All right, we're back. Ads are done, friends. The ghost cut my power. It's mean. It's a butthole. The ghost is mean. It's a butthole. We're going to get inside and it's going to hunt immediately, so we'll have to run over to the spot. I'm not going to spend too much time into this, but it's just very interesting to me to have this happening. And Matthew made a really good point. I don't know if this actually is flavor text or if it means something, but if you read the description of the Aswang, rumored to gorge itself on blood and corpses, the Aswang is fairly capable, blah, blah, blah. Strength, when they spot their target, they become faster in pursuit. Weakness, the Aswang prefer chasing over searching, which is interesting. Azriel, thank you for the biddies, and Phantom, thank you for the subs. Thank you, friends. Can we see how far along the community event is? Get back? Yeah, it should be really close, but I don't think it's done yet. Yeah, we absolutely can check. The weakness is it prefers to chase over searching. So I'm a little curious. If this thing we're figuring out right now is what this means. When the ghost is a certain distance away from you and your official hiding spot, and you have an electronic on for a second, hit your walkie, talk, whatever, it will come over, but it won't actually go into the hiding spot. So I don't know. We're gonna go check. Okay, we're good. Are you gonna do something when you hit the donation goal? Yeah, pop another balloon. Yeah. I didn't have one. I didn't have like for the halfway point. I had a 12-hour stream. For the 20, I didn't know what to do, so I didn't add like a 24 or anything. But we'll see. Like the vacation was amazing, friend. It was great. We spent 2 days in. You're by the front door, aren't you? We spent 2 days, like 30 minutes outside of the Grand Canyon, and then we spent 2 days in Phoenix. 98.5 for the community, I think. Okay. Yeah, it's taking a little bit. My guess is it'll be a couple hours. And every hour you have to drink a rant, you son of a... I love you. Let's try from there. Let's see what happens. I'm telling you. This ain't no coinkydink. I'm telling you. You heard me, walkie. You heard me do it. I live in Phoenix. You didn't even stop by? Well, no, we were too busy going down the canyon. Ghost fart, run. Knock it off, you butthole. Testing the new ghost patients and also chat. It's good information. That one hunting ghost. You double dorn mother. I don't want to throw away the opportunity to test the ghost. That one hunting ghost. Thank you, friend. Code, welcome in. Thank you guys so much. Taken, thank you for the prime. Destiny, thank you. Oh my God. Almost thought that it didn't merit. I know, and it just evented again. I'll have to message Zero and ask him if they've noticed anything. You're gonna turn my lights off now because you suck and we hate you. Archmage, thank you for the 10 months. Get off the floor. Test it from there. Ah, it's gonna end. What? Wait. I'm getting so I think I'm confusing myself with this more than understanding this. But it's good information. All right, I'll do this like one more time because there's one more thing I want to see, and then we'll move on, and then we'll move on to the next one. This has been good. It's in. Shit. This is not the new sound. No, this. It's the Aswang. Dude, she... Like, do you see what I mean? I'm telling you right now, like the way that it feels like when the ghost is a certain distance away from the hiding spot and you trigger your walkie, it walks over, but it doesn't actually go to open the doors. Now, I don't know if that makes it any safer to try for a normal ghost, because if you hit your walkie with a normal ghost, I mean, it's going to double door you and kill you. I'll have to say something to him. Okay. We'll take that information and leave. But I'll mention something and we'll see what happens. I don't know. Really hard to say. We tested it in multiple spots and it happened the same way in multiple areas. Yes. Yeah. It wants to see you, to hug you. Okay. I turned it down so we could have the music on. Okay. Listen, man, I didn't want to spoil. Listen, this is the third time I've had a new ghost today when I spent like 3 streams not getting a single one. I did not want to throw away the opportunity. Okay? Did not want to throw it away. I just want to play the soundboard sounds that are... Oh, that's with Blurp. Yeah, if you're on mobile, it should be below the stream. If you are on desktop, you should see it to the right. Oh, there's no need. Well, we saw the game time. It was like 40 minutes. You can see the watch. Yeah. All right. Let me really quickly throw a message to him just to be like, hey, I don't know if you've noticed this. He might be like, oh, we already know. I may have noticed something interesting about the Aswang. Hey, Motivator. Welcome in. How are you? Gonna lurk. No worries. No, I appreciate your Azrael. Thank you so much. Your stream was delayed. Well, stop it. How do I word this to him? I mean, it could be bugged. It absolutely could be bugged. And they'll be able to know that for sure. When in a hiding spot and hitting my walkie, when the ghost seems further away but in range, it was not checking the hiding spot. It would come over, maybe touch the door, and leave. Okay. Again, he might be like, oh, we already know about that. Oh, it's a bug, or oh, it's weird, or oh, I don't know. So, hard to say. Hard to say. Ugh. I don't think it's a bug either. No, it doesn't feel like it. And especially with the description, the way that it is for the ghost, I mean, that makes sense to me. They prefer chasing over searching. Is there anything about the cheat sheet? I don't think so, but let me take a peek real fast and double check. We read it earlier, but I don't remember anything about it. Or maybe we read the, no, we might have read the Cormos earlier. I don't see anything about that. No. Gonna make some chili cheese bites. Oh, sweet. I'll take some. Can you ship me like 2 of them? They sound wonderful. What would you recommend for the Demon Slayer trophy? I would recommend that you go into the map. There are some settings that can be a bit helpful that we've heard from other people, but basically what you want to do is you want to go into like, I mean, Edgefields are small maps, so it's great because you can hear where the ghost is and you can get to it faster to kill you, right? But the demon, for it to use its ability, it has to hunt naturally. You can't use objects to make it hunt. So go into Edgefield, start a 60-second timer. If the ghost doesn't hunt and kill you within 60 seconds, leave and do it again. Best thing you can do. You can what? Chingus to be the one to ask. Oh my God. Yeah, there's settings to like improve the chances of it. I forget what they are though. Hi, Mel. I don't remember what they are. What time is it where I am? It is 12:30. Just about lunchtime. Past it, really. High activity, high event, 100% sanity. There you go. Good morning. Hi, Mel. Find out that all the papers do if you put them in order. Oh, we don't have the last one yet. We're waiting. We need to finish this, which will probably take a couple hours. So I probably won't be, I'm not gonna be alive when that happens. Yeah. It also only counts when it uses its ability. Right, so draining your sanity doesn't do anything. It has to use its ability. Put it 75% for the demon, I heard. Yeah, but don't you want it to hunt naturally at 100? Not naturally, sorry. Don't you want it to hunt with its ability at 100? Can't wait to see the badge for the community event. I think you can see it now. Ooh, or maybe we can't. Oh, interesting that they don't have it in here as locked. I guess they haven't added it to the game yet. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Only settings I would change are the player and the ghost speed. Yeah, if you make the ghosty 150 and you make yourself 150, then it's a better chance you'll get to the ghosty within the ability time. It is not Wiener Wednesday, and it is Tuesday. Thank you very much. Got your badge. Hell yeah, Hex. Let's go. So stupid. So stupid. My game is currently bugged on the legacy badge screen. It wouldn't let me choose a color. And if I completed that screen, I wouldn't be able to change it again. If you're having trouble, Becca, I would highly recommend going to the Phaz server and let them know. Let them know. Tweener Tuesday. God damn it. How do you become a bigger streamer? Are you able to give me some tips? Sure. What do you feel like you struggle with? I don't know if I would consider myself a bigger streamer, but if you mean how to grow as a streamer? Yeah, I'm always willing to give advice. I guess personal experience. You ever feel like you're just being used for the badge drops? Oh no, I know I am. Oh no, of course. Listen, if you think that you're doing drops and you're not being used for drops, you've lost your shit. Of course you are. But the nice thing is, what's awesome about it is it exposes you to a whole new group of people that maybe have never seen you and you've never had a chance to talk to before. And that's more people that you can talk to and possibly get to see more and more and more. Which is awesome. It's freaking great. I love it. Struggling with everything. Okay, well, the more specific you are, the more specific I can be, if that helps. One Wing Lady, thank you for the prime. Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate you. If you guys ever want to talk outside of the stream, the Discord is always there, friends. Sorry, we'll get back into it in here in a second. Did last week. My ticket was closed, but they were really lovely and said in the future it'll be an option to change your legacy badge color, which is nice. Okay, so fingers crossed. Okay, so they closed it because they're like, hey, it'll be something later. I mean, that doesn't solve your problem, but I guess at least there's some information. Some of us love Flash and watch them even when they... Thank you, T. That's your first message, too. Get out of here. APOC 3, to me, they're just boring to watch. And that's no offense to all my friends who are amazing at them. It's boring to watch somebody who's not amazing at them. Does that help? Is that helpful? Stream for hours and maybe have 1 or 2 viewers. How do I get more viewers? By making content that you can post on other platforms and then leading those people over to Twitch. Growing on Twitch is a very difficult thing to do unless you have a really unique shtick about you. Growing on other is it possible? Absolutely. I mean, that's the way I started. When I started, I just streamed on Twitch. I didn't make content for other platforms yet. But if you want to grow faster, making content on other platforms is going to make it so that you stream to more than just yourself. And not to mention with how saturated everything is now. It is so saturated. It's hard. It is difficult to grow. Oh my God. What is that supposed to mean? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Hey, Sotong, hello, how are you? Is the drop related to the Alan Wake event? Yes. Yes, it is. Yeah, I've been creating content for 14 years in July. Holy shit. 14 years is insane. That is awesome. My main thing that I do is, I do not do other platforms. And since my entire thing is for St. Jude, I don't feel the pressure to become big. There you go. Being comfortable in your skin and being comfortable with your growth and not getting upset with yourself or your community because you're not getting some crazy exponential growth is going to make your life better, community's life better, you happier, everybody happier. Because when you're pissed off, annoyed, disappointed, I mean, it feeds into your community. So you got to do your best. It's okay to be honest, but it's just, you can't, people are like looking for a way to escape. And if it's like, I'm going to spend my entire time on here being pissed off and upset, it's like, well, fuck, I don't want to watch that. Like, damn it, dude, I came here to escape. The drop is going on to the 26th. You have lots of time. Lots of time. Sorry, we're having a talk session right now, friends. The good question is how to entertain people enough to stay and stream longer. One of the best things that you can do is to not be silent, especially if you don't have a lot of viewers. By talking and narrating what is happening, it breaks the ice for people that are coming in. Because if I go into a stream that has no viewers and I'm like, ooh, I want to check them out, and they're not speaking, I feel like I don't want to speak. If I go into a Discord is a really good way to look at this too. Are you more than likely to go into a Discord voice chat if there's people in there already, or are you likely to go start the chat yourself and wait for people to join? You are going to go into the one where there are already people there because then you know you have somebody to talk to. So it's the same thing when it comes to talking inside of a stream. If you join a stream and there's nobody talking, you don't want to be the one to do it. So you're like, oh, I guess this isn't for me. And you just leave. Engaging. It is. Right. But I mean, friendly reminder that there's not one size fits all. Some streams, there's people that are extraordinarily good at what they do or famous or whatever, and they barely talk. It's just, you find what vibe is for you, and then you make that work. Also eat spicy things. Okay. Okay. I'd recommend also not using an overly used platform like mine. Well, yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to be hard to grow on games like that are huge, but at the same time, the same token, you know that those have a lot of views. So it's just finding your way to break into it if you really enjoy the game. I would just start off with doing whatever you love, whatever you enjoy doing. I thought about watching, when people ask questions, you do your best to answer. You don't get annoyed. Yeah. I always go with the mentality that if I'm getting asked the same question 500 times, that the person that just asked me that question, it's the first time they've heard the answer. So I'm not going to get annoyed if somebody comes in asking a question that was already asked. They don't know. I used to jokingly put up those sensory videos. How much longer? Probably not much longer, Vish, because I haven't eaten yet. I would do the long haul today, but honestly, it's probably best for me to get some more. Like, I was going to spend the day possibly doing it, but I was like, I want to get some work done. There's some other things I want to do. I probably want to edit a little bit. Yeah. Oh, Jakes. No, I appreciate you guys, man. I appreciate a lot. But if you're here, just know that I'm going to take you into a stream to continue earning drops. So it's not like it's going to stop. You're going to continue. Trust, I got you. I realized why I know your name from before. I followed a bit ago. I used to mod for Andrew Ellis. Andrew and I used to be on Hype together. It was a very short-lived experience for me. Oh my God, you bastards. Thoughts on the new stuff? Love the event. This event is amazing. But yes, dude, Andrew was always so well-spoken. He was so good at what he did. He really was. Oh man, what a throwback. Cause like it was him and Stallion and like a few of those other guys like from years ago that like there were other motivational people for me that like pushed me to be better. Have you ever played with, I don't know if I've ever actually played with Dave. Dave and I talk about each other all the time, but I don't know if we've ever actually played a game together. Luna, thank you for the dono to St. Jude. Thank you. Andrew's great. I miss his streams, but it's so good seeing him thrive now. I know there's a few people like that I used to love watching their streams, and now they've moved on to just doing other stuff. They just don't want to stream anymore. But I'm glad that some of them are still involved with like social media and things like that too. Is there an issue with the firelight on the event maps? I haven't gotten a firelight blown out since the event started. Light the firelight in your hand and then put it on the ground. If I understand it correctly, there's something happening right now where if you light it while it's already on the ground, the ghost does not think the firelight is lit. I could be wrong. I could be misquoting that, but I think that's what it is. Hi, Mr. Rafa. Yeah. Why isn't the deer mask wearable? I don't know. There's probably something they never thought about. Yeah. Streamed a little here and there. I just get stage fright, which I don't know how that's even possible. It's all, no, listen, introverts, man. Introverts. But that's also why some people will choose to not use a camera. They feel more comfortable. They feel like they can be more themselves without someone looking at them. So it's just finding what works for you. I've lit multiple firelights while on the floor. And were they blown out? Can I lurk for my for drops? I'm sorry. Do we look the same? They were. Oh, interesting. Oh, no, it might just be in regards to the Onryo ability. Oh, never mind. I could be misunderstanding, or I could be forgetting what it was. I think it's the Onryo ability that you have to make sure that you light them in your hand first. Yeah. Corbs, thank you for the prime, dude. Mine blowed on the floor with only tier 2 others. I had light into my hand. Yeah. Yeah, madam, hello. How are you? Listen, I want to keep going, but I need to eat. What I don't want to do is I don't want to put you guys on BRB and then go eat and come back and do like there's editing I can get done. I need to help put stuff away around the house. I might be live later. Maybe. I don't know for sure. Imagine not streaming for 24 hours. Thank you, Becca. And I appreciate the raid again, friend. Thank you. So I'm going to take you somewhere to continue earning drops. I can do my chores. Yeah. So don't stress. I will take you to continue earning. Don't worry about it. Ray Van, thank you for the 22 months. God. Like most of these are compliments of Blondie, to be honest. And, thank you, Jen. Thank you. I appreciate it. St. Jude, close to my heart. My nephew had thyroid cancer. St. Jude took care of him and his mother. That's effing awesome. I love them. I love what they do. I love everything that they represent. And I'm always so proud to even have the ability to try to be helpful when I can and raise money for 1 month of the year. Yeah. All right. I'm going to end it on the tubes and the geeks so that way we can go find somewhere on Twitch to go raid, friends. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. Let's go find another friendo. So those that are maybe lurking and earning their drops so they can continue earning their drops. Yeah. And then we'll be live again tomorrow. Maybe later. Probably not, but I say maybe. Odds are probably not. But we'll see. The first time I've been. Oh, Luna, thank you so much. Super freaking kind. Thank you. Thank you. For any, if you're able to donate, that's amazing. If not, please know how much I appreciate it. The fact that you're here, because you guys are helping spread awareness, which is freaking awesome. Thank you guys so stinking much. All right. Give me a second, friends. Let me take a peek. Oh, there's a friend that I haven't said hi to in a long time, or just a while. Oh, thank you guys. No, I hope you guys have a good day. I appreciate it. I have no idea what I'm eating. I have no clue. No idea. But I do have another friend online that that has the exclusive drops, so we will get them to you guys for sure. For sure. Black Rogue, thank you for the dono. Thank you so much. $10,880. My God. I have tuna upstairs too. Oh, Subway sounds good. That bread, just that smell lasts forever. Jersey Mike's? Okay, everybody's had subs? Okay. Okay. Oh, and we've reached, and we've also reached the May sub goal, which means that we have another viewer day to add to the list. Subs. I do love a good sub. Wretched? Sorry. Words, they're good sometimes. Teriyaki chicken rice bowl. Oh, stop. How many badges are there for the drop? So there's an animated one and a static version for this one. So by watching me or a kinetic, like another kinetic partner, you earn both of them at the same time. So it's not like you need to watch for 4 hours. If you watch a kinetic partner, you just watch it for 2 and you're solid. You're good. Are consoles able to play with you on viewer? Of course. It is not restricted by platform. No. As long as you have a microphone, working microphone, respectful, we ask people to be above the age of 18, just for the sheer safety of them and also for anyone that's playing. Yeah. And sometimes people join in VR, and it is one of the funniest experiences ever, and I love it so much. Fisher Builds, thank you for the 3 months. The way that you join is you use channel point redeems on those viewer days. So whenever we have one of those days, I'll explain it more. Yeah. Thank you, Echo. No, you guys are amazing, man. If you're not in my Discord already, the Discord link is in chat. I will make sure to ping. If I forget, Mayor always reminds me to let you guys know when we're live. If you don't get the notifications, make sure to check out the rest of the Midnight Society. A lot of amazing streamers. Please make sure you check them out. But social, you name it, I got it. It's all there. I've got the tubes. I'm going to make sure to work on my video for the new ghost that I got today. If you haven't seen it yet, I posted my last video while I was away, which good boy for me, while I was away on vacation, still posting videos. So those are locked and loaded, ready to go. Hope to join the next viewer day. Haven't done one in a minute. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We try to get there as many as we can, but I owe you guys 2 days. I owe now 2 days. So we'll work on it. We'll work on it. Guys, here are the raid messages. If you're a follower, that's for you. If you're a sub, that's for you. Creepy tier 3s, they're special and they get their own because they're creepy and we love them so much. All right. Let's go say hi to our friendo. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much for being here today. You guys are amazeballs. If you're earning your drop and you're still trying to earn it, I'm taking you somewhere to continue earning it. And they are a kinetic partner, so you still are earning your animated badge. So you're going to be earning both at the same time. Okay? Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. I love you all. I will be live again probably tomorrow, maybe tonight. But let's just say tomorrow to be safe. And we'll see what happens. But I love you guys. You guys are amazeballs. Thank you so much for all the donos to St. Jude. Thank you for all the subs and the biddies and the raids and the follows. You guys are amazing. Goodbye.